Hello and welcome to Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut, the Feydark campaign. Yes, it is now deep in the underground of the Feywild that the witch hunters have found themselves. And we took a little week off for Easter holidays, so kind of give a recap on what happened last session. You guys had just left the Pentacreek, and now we're back to the Pentacreek. There we go, recap done. No. You spent a lot of time basically navigating the back end of the Underdark, as I would call it, but you had to ascend first and finally reach the Candlecliff Mountains, where you found just an endless dotted landscape of these candles. What purpose they served was unclear, but as you ventured around, you started to feel some strange phenomenons. When you peered into the darkness, you suddenly felt a drift of emotions and desires and even motivations. They just seemed to abandon you and drain away into the darkness. It wasn't until you stepped back into the light that you kind of came to your senses. A couple of you felt that you were being watched from the shadows. This pair of eyes, beady and ever present, were peering through the cracks in several of the Candlecliff retreats. But you also found some treasure. Well, half treasure. You thought it was a mimic at first, but turned out to be just a mundane chest. But when you finally cracked that bad boy open, then there was a mimic inside. Ah, classic switcheroo. But you
Yeah,
did find
cheers for that.
you found some strange potions inside that must have been mixed together and caused the mimic to deliver wild magic surges whenever they hit. I think didn't Dyer have their whole body deflated? That was the
Yeah,
case.
Di lost their bones.
Hmm. Not very good. But it was only temporary. Just probably one head of a hangover, though, right? Anyway, don't mix potions.
I'm tough. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
didn't hurt hardly at all. I didn't cry.
but yeah,
Nobody saw
don't
me
mix
crying.
potions, kids, because that'll happen. Um, then you also gain super sonic hearing, and immediately as you gain this effect, you could hear voices, a whisper. Someone was speaking this incoherent babble, and as you drew closer, it seemed to shy away, trying to hide itself from yourself and the rest of the party. It wasn't until you perhaps said one or two key words that something started to piece together. They were actually saying the words in letters, start of every letter of every word. It's complicated. My own convoluted mind can't even keep up with it. But effectively, there was some sort of
Basically, if
method.
we said the word, yeah,
There was some method to the madness. But
yeah.
I'm just glad that James was here to figure it out. Otherwise, you might have been a bit stumped. In the end, you kind of befriended them. They were still very wary of you. And whenever someone said too many words, they suddenly belted out some sort of indescribable nonsense that drove one or two of you insane. Eventually, though, you got through to them, and they seemed to be saying some sort of riddle or information that was pertinent to your mission. The Chalice, the cryptic Hydra, a secret dungeon, an emptied chalice. It was all fitting together somehow, and eventually you figured out that you would need to go back to the Pentacreek in order to find the Chalice of the Void. This individual was a Darrow, and they are tortured souls, dwarves originally, but after they freed themselves from the grips of the Mind Flayer Empire, they were forever changed. And their madness is very prevalent still, it seems. Thankfully, you do have a Kotor with you, Suzuze, who's actually able to potentially restore this one's mind, but they will need a long rest before that happens. So you eventually voted to go back to the Pentagreek, and in doing so, it felt like you were there a split second ago, and it was like you was recalling a memory, and travel happened to be faster going backwards as you recalled where you were just a few moments ago. So, without little effort, you made it back, and here you stand again for the five-headed weird Hydra in all of its watery glory. And I believe, Di, you still have the chalice with you.
I do, yeah, I kept it with me.
Excellent.
I don't know
All
what
right.
we're going to do with it, but it's here.
Okay then. Let's kill that and jump to this. All right. So also here to greet you is Nim, and he is Mim rather. And Mim was like, "What? So you back so soon, Z's? Silly city headers get losties again, didn't you?"
No, we just found that the way forward is the way back.
Hmm. You were starting to get your heads in the right places. Feel odd.
It's just fine, thank you. I don't need more back talk.
Quiet you. None of your nonsense. We have a puzzle to solve.
Yeah. Well, this should be pretty simple, really. We just gotta remove the water.
Yeah, well.
Do you think that's all
Chris,
it's going to take to be
Chris,
able to
start,
solve this?
Start blocking it. I guess. I'm not sure.
No, wait a moment, Grizz. Let's just think for a moment. There's.
Just getting my
I
bum
think
wet.
I think the first thing we should try to do, Dyer, you're pretty quick. If you could go fill the chalice with a bit of water from each of them all at once, and then we'll try to pour that in and see if that works. Because
Alrighty.
it was like one of the things was like all liquids left empty. So it's like so
yeah.
I'm wondering if we need to use all the liquids.
But the empty part. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, let's at least rule that out first.
yeah.
So, yeah, I'm gonna go
Yes.
ahead and grab. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of water from each one, using using the empty flasks and empty like vials that I have, and then pour them all into the chalice separately, rather than try and carry around a half full chalice, because I'm gonna spill that.
Sure.
That's smart.
Yes.
Okay. So for the sake of brevity, we'll say you go around, you collect the salty water, the mushroomy water, the sweet berry, the bitter herbs, and finally the sour plants, the weird rhubarb stuff. Pinch of everything together and stir it in. And you have yourself a concoction of sorts.
Does the concoction do anything? Is it glowing, sparking?
It doesn't seem to be having any kind of magical reaction, but you assume Blug would be proud.
Right, okay. Should I pour it into the water?
Yes, try that and we'll see.
Alright, I'm gonna pour a little bit into the pond there where the Hydra are, just to see what happens.
Okay. So, effectively, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So your 5 heads all seem to be looking at you as you bring the chalice closer and closer and finally pour it in. And as you tip it, they all seem to have different reactions. But we'll say that the one that seems to be, out of all of them, maybe tolerant of the mixed taste is the third head, or the middle one. The one that you actually began with in the first place.
Right.
And they seem to like shake around and shudder. I'm going to say that the sweet one definitely disappears. And so does salty here. Effectively, all of them but number 3. as they do not
Okay.
have a negative as with their one. If
Don't
you
we have a
start
way
to
of removing
notice the
number three?
pattern, each head has a different number of changes about them. This one has
Yeah.
1 change. The bottom left has 2. This one has 3, then 4, then 5. But
Okay.
it seems as though any combination doesn't seem to yield like a fully negative result for all of them. There's at least someone who likes something in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought would be the case. Hmm.
So I'm looking at the chart that we made before. I'm not seeing anything that number 3 didn't like. Like
Number
no way to get rid of number 3.
number 3 doesn't like sweet, but
Okay.
that would bring back 2 and 5, and
Hmm.
there's no way to get rid of all 5 by
Yeah. Yeah.
just doing one or the other.
I was hoping there might be a
Sorry.
neutral effect, like the other two would stay down, or
I kind of
Yeah.
like Ember's idea in the fact that we just keep on feeding them until they all pop.
Too many words.
I try to say to the Darrow, overfeed.
That one word. Hold on.
Well, you have to find a H word
Oh
for
my god, it is.
hyphen.
Yeah, you can actually say overfeed. That's fair. All right. So it says. Obvious. Very. Hold on. Okay. It's translated from Dwarvish, of course.
That's one of the few languages I don't speak down here.
Void. Oh, entrance. It's saying a couple of the words you've heard before as well.
Yeah.
Says riddle. Feet. Give me a second or two. Fortunately, a couple of letters he needs. He's struggling. Feed. Every. Empty. And then. Oh, he says. The word for it. Can't remember the actual word, but I don't think it begins with D. So we're not gonna worry. He just says drink. Drink.
void entrance. Riddle feed every empty drink.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like it's giving you too much.
No.
He's still reeling from the words.
Okay.
Well, hang on, guys. What's an empty drink? An empty drink is something that makes you thirsty, right?
That's true.
Right?
But
Like an empty
salty,
drink would have the opposite effect of quenching thirst. It would be
which
something that would
be-
invoke
which would be-
thirst.
Which
Like
would be
salt.
salted.
Salt would be, yeah.
Obvious. Void entrance.
Every empty drink.
Too many words.
Feed every empty
I
drink.
will cast message point at the old Mr. Wordsy there and say, "Don't worry about it."
You hear a complete and utter nonsensical language coming
Oh,
right
so
back
even
at you.
telekinetic actually gets him.
it even has it telepathically. In fact, it's even more raw because you're tapping right into his mind, his mental state.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess you knew what I was already about to ask.
I read your mind.
Yeah. you did. Yeah. Oh God. All right. Well, let me just get out the old madness list.
Oh boy.
Okay. So, you can roll me a D100, please.
With this new fancy tool. Let's
Hey, yeah.
go. Yeah, look at this.
Ding. 26. So, okay. I think we had this one last time. No, this one's fine. So, yeah,
Right.
we did have this on last time. It was laughing or screaming or weeping. I think for Ember, seems fitting to be laughter. Just as you seem to whisper something, you hear this incoherent babble, and it sounds so bizarre that it just sets you off.
Okay, I have an idea.
Has he gone insane? Mims.
Right. Daya, do the same thing, but do every one except Umani. Because all of the others do a negative, which would be an emptying effect apart from Umami.
Okay.
Because Umami only brings up 3, whereas the rest all get rid of something.
But three is already here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to necessarily get rid of 3, but it says they said that is also one of
Okay, Ember.
Yeah.
Come on. It's time for your medication, Ember.
Sorry, you were saying.
Oh God.
I've just is it every empty drink, and that's if I'm thinking of it, each one of the others technically empties it of something apart from that one. So try everything at the same time apart from Umami, maybe.
Okay. And then how are we gonna get rid of 3?
I don't know if we'll necessarily. Well, technically, 4 should get rid of 3.
Okay.
Bitter gets rid of 3, as does 2.
The fairies, Chris! The fairies!
Because I'm wondering. Wait, wait a second. Only.
Riz, do you think you could take Ember a little bit farther south there? Just
Okay,
can you babysit him
They helped as well.
away from the
Right.
microphones?
okay, so. Because what I'm thinking is maybe, whilst a single drink won't get rid of them, perhaps a concoction will. So if there's more, by doing a mix, if there's more negatives than there are positives, maybe that will be enough.
Okay.
So,
Anyway.
salty gets rid of 5, as does bitter. So, interact for a moment whilst I just try to work this out.
Salty.
Why not do?
Because I feel like it's going to be a mix, but I don't think it's going to be I think it's going to be a specific mix, but I'm not sure.
Why not do 2, 5, 4, 1? So sweet, sour, bitter, salty.
Yeah, I'm thinking doing everything except umami at the moment, but I'm just want to try to confirm that numerically is going to work, because I want there to be more
No, because 4 would be up there.
negatives. Right, yeah, but I
Sweet,
have an
salty,
idea.
sour,
I just
bitter?
so
Work it out.
yeah. So if you put sour in,
No, because there'll always be one left.
no, but I'm thinking if you mix enough, like for example, there's only one will bring up. No, only two of them will bring up 3. Two will put down 3. So I'm thinking if you do a mix and there's more negative in that mix for all of them than there is positive, then that might do it. So it might just have to be a weird concoction, but I'm just
I
trying to.
you might be on the right track because I'm looking at one of the past riddle answers that he gave us for empty.
Yeah,
Entrance must pour till yielded. So I think there
yeah,
it is a question of keep pouring until the right thing happens. So
yeah. So I think umami we don't need. Ignore umami. So
okay,
if we put in 1 dose of sour, sorry, I'm just gonna have to. Oh, this is gonna be
okay.
complex. That will give so one of
One
sour
dose of
will.
sour keeps rid of everything except 3 and 5. 1 dose of salty will get rid of 5, and then we only have 3 left.
Yeah, so I'm
That's
just.
where we were before.
Yeah, so.
Mim pipes up and says, couldn't help but notices you're following the guidelines of a madman's. Yes,
Yes. Yes.
just checkings.
Mim, do you have any ideas of how this works? You understand this world better than we do. The logic.
Hmm, knows? Me no knows. Not even Mim has been past this ways. I guess secrets for reasons, but why this one's knows so many secrets? Now that's a secret I wish to knows.
It doesn't do anything to you.
You mean the Darrow?
Hmm,
Had you not seen them before? These creatures who are somehow
oh, nasty
have
devil.
yes.
Usually a taxis. Usually steers the way it clears.
Do you think it's? You don't think it's leading us into a trap, do you?
He smiles. Why would anyone lose that? And he kind of smiles this big grin as he does.
See,
As
the
he
thing
normally
is,
does.
Mim, I'm not sure if you're helping or not, and I'm not sure if you're really intending to help here. Uh, don't get us wrong. We're grateful for the assistance, but I think
Mim's
your
just
ways are
curious.
subtler than we're used to.
Right. Okay, so I think with how it is at the moment,
I just wonders how he
if
knows it. That's all.
if you use a mix of sour, salty, sweet, and bitter, the number of negatives should overpower 1. So that'll be a positive, but that'll be 2 negatives. It will be neutral on 2, and because it's not up, I would assume it would stay in the same state. It would be negative on 3, negative on 4, and I believe neutral on 5. So I think that will work.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
So,
I'm gonna follow those instructions, and the same way
okay.
as before, fill up the chalices and mix them all in the or fill up
Yeah.
the vials,
Hmm.
mix the chalice right in front of the pond, and
As you do this, make me a quick perception check.
oh lordy. All right.
Cameron.
Pretty good to me.
Okay.
14.
All right. So pouring in and out and constantly emptying it and filling it up with new ingredients. Um, you're obviously trying to make sure that the chalice, is rinsed at the very least, so that you
Yeah.
don't get any weird tastes.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
do the rinsing, there is always this sediment at the bottom, and it remains there no matter how much of a rinsing you give it. And it was there the first time. Tanner noticed it but couldn't figure out what it was. So they just kind of moved on. But yeah, it's still there. That sediment.
Okay. Well,
If I scrub it with sand, does it still stay? It's not going away.
With sand, wait,
Yeah.
you've got sand. Um,
Well, I assume there'd be sand or dirt or something that I can use as an abrasive
oh, I see. All right.
scrub.
Sure. Yeah, you could. You can scrub it more vigorously if you wish. It does seem to be a little bit stained, regardless of how much. And so I'll say that you do get the sediment out, and it's got a very strong smell to it. Now that it's kind of like chipped away, and you can basically smell the underside of it. It's very strong, and it is rich as well. What is it? You can give me a nature check or something of that ilk.
Can you
Just-
could I try survival?
I would allow survival, yeah.
Okay, you try survival. 16, it's not bad.
And what about you, Di?
I
Might
am
as well
going
roll
to
as well.
try.
Nature or
I'll try
survival
it.
is good.
Yeah, nature.
Oh,
Survival.
fantastic. Okay,
17.
cool.
Okay.
So this, as you look at it, it seems like a ground down bean of sorts, very dark in color. It is the smell of rich beans, coffee beans.
Coffee.
We haven't smelled that since the hut. But this is not the chalice that's smelling. It's the sediment.
It was, yeah. Something was almost like stuck to the bottom there. Coffee stains.
I'll point this out to Nissa and go, "Hey, Nissa, I wonder if whatever this sediment is, this stain that's not leaving, if that's somehow affecting the mix, if it's doing something, because it's."
It might be, but it's also making me wonder if perhaps.
Do you think a prestidigitation would get rid of it?
Long word.
Sorry.
I look to the Darrow boil.
Did you say boil?
Yes.
Okay. It says beans. Ooh.
My reasoning being is that coffee is generally a drink that is heated.
Also, boiling is good for cleaning.
Yeah.
What
Because
is it?
one.
Harder than it think. Harder than I thought.
You set up this challenge yourself, Chris. This is.
Oh, I know. But it's to really hit home the fact that this is a struggle for him to even communicate.
Yeah.
And if only Sasuke could actually help at some point. But I think there's literally nothing with I can. Beans of
Intelligence, investigation, instinct.
incineration.
Innocuous. Important.
Yeah, important. There we go. I'll go with that. Important. And the L.
Quid lactose.
Lactose.
Burger.
Honestly, I was thinking lactation for some reason.
What? No. It is gonna be
Licentiousness.
oh, here we go. Lightless.
Lightless. Ooh.
Beans often
Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Beans important. Okay. So. Okay, I don't know what we do with that, but it means the beans are important. Okay, I mean the stuff, whatever it is, the coffee.
What just Chris, remind me, what what? Because obviously each of these has a different flavor or whatever. But what was actually in each of them? Because I can't remember the actual thing that was called.
Sour was
flavor.
effectively rhubarb.
Yeah.
Bitter was the tea herbs.
Yeah,
Umami was the mushroom patch.
yeah.
Sweet were berries and fruit. And salty was just the salt crystals that were by the water.
Okay.
Okay, what if,
Right.
yeah, what if, Ember might be right, what if we just keep pouring until the chalice fills up with the sediment which is the lightless substance, and then, I don't know, either that is
Looking about.
either we fill up the chalice with sediment and we pour that in, or we just carry that around and that's the chalice of void, or somehow that acts as the key. Like, what if we have?
Looking about in here, is there anything that looks like a bean?
You can roll a nature check. Have a little look around. Or a survival.
I'm getting survival because it's the difference between a +1
Mm.
and a +10.
Oh, wow. No, okay. So you're looking specifically for just any type of beans?
Well, beans, probably, yeah, I would say, particularly like coffee beans, if anything, or something similar in that. Maybe cacao beans or.
Okay. Yeah, there is a sort of bean over here. In fact, these even look like little pods. And as you come over to them, yeah, there does seem to be some sort of pod that might house a type of bean. And you do you want to, as you pop it open and have a look
Yeah.
inside? Yeah, they're sort of a darkish brown in color.
Does it have the same smell as
It
the sediment?
does, but it's not as strong. Perhaps because they're not ground down, maybe, but they're also just a slightly lighter color, like a browner color.
Right.
The sediment in the bottom was like dirty and black. It looked like a bit of muck, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't the same shade
Okay.
as these beans.
Okay, just trying to think. No, that's probably not going to be there.
Dero goes
It's
over
like-
to the
it's-
back
yeah.
and he looks up to this entrance.
Yeah.
The water weird doesn't seem to be following him either. Only seems to follow the one holding the chalice. But the Dero seems to look up as if knowing something is there, but not acting on it.
Miss is going to go fly up that path and see if they can see anything that may be dire mist. As the Derek seems to be looking up that way.
There's nothing else that you would see as you go through the tunnel and back again that is different from what Dyer has seen already.
Okay. Is the Darrow looking up that path, or is it looking to like the area like around the entrance?
No, it's looking right at that tunnel. Like almost like it knows something at the back of its head, but maybe it's not.
How soon until we can take a long rest?
That's a good question.
So we can get a proper translator.
Yeah, no. So Suze would be great at fixing him up. You could wait it out if you end up spending it long enough.
But time is of the essence at the same time.
Right.
It is,
Just out of a weird, morbid curiosity, in case this is some red herring, just try pouring the mix in, just see what happens exactly.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Sure.
So the mix has sour, salty, sweet, and bitter, which, based on how it is, should overwhelm 3's positives overwhelms 1's positives, be neutral for 2. Overwhelms 4 positives, because there isn't a positive. Actually, is there a positive for 4? Oh, yeah. Should be neutral for 4, sorry. Even.
Four is positive is the bitter tea.
Yeah, so it should overwhelm 3 and 1's negative and be neutral for 2, 4, and 5, which should hopefully keep them in the same state they're in and get rid of 3 and 1. If 1, I think.
Okay. All right. So that was quite the complicated
So
order
it's
of
all
things.
liquids except umami. I think we're pouring it in.
It was everything but umami. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And umami was already out.
Yeah.
I see. All right then. So. I'm just gonna roll a 5 here. What I'm gonna do? Okay. So. Excuse me. There is a lot of spinning and a lot of swirling, as these do seem to have a mixed bag of tastes, but none so repulsive that it would get rid of 3. In fact, it
Really?
seems like some of them have, yeah, some of them have neutralized. The sour seems to make up for the sweet, but then the bitter kicks in, and then it probably does go away after the bitter kicks in because you've put everything in by umami. What else? Yeah, 4 would come up, and then 4 would go away from the sour. But then the same can be said for the sweet and salty, which let's have a look here. 3, 5, 5. Yeah, I think in the end you're left with 5.
I thought, because 5, it would come up due to the sour, go away due to the salty, come up due to the sweet, then go away due to the bitter. Was how I was hoping it would work.
Yeah, it seems like there is enough sour and sweet to overpower the bitter that it doesn't like. But then there's the salty as well. Kind of neutralizes it. Damn it! See, even you got me confused as well. God,
Yeah.
it's so much. Ugh.
Because
Yeah.
number 5 seems to be the most picky. It's affected by all of them apart from umami. It goes down due to salty, up due to sweet, down due to bitter, up due to sour. So by doing those 4, there's an up and a down
For every one of them to basically neutralize it and have zero head, which is, to be fair, pretty impressive that you kind of figured all that out. So what I'll say is, all of the heads do actually go down.
Does anything happen?
The Darrow continues to stare up like something should happen.
I
And-
try flying up 3 again to see if anything's changed.
Oh. As you go back and get some umami and try to bring up 3, you see.
Well, I was just going up the 3rd path to see if anything had changed. But
I'll just go up there. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, see if anything's changed because he's looking up there like something's.
There, give me a perception check on this occasion.
Okay, perception. Oh, I'm actually pretty good at that one, so as long as the dice don't.
Okay.
Nice.
It does feel and look different. There's some sort of magic in the air that is almost like it's primed. Like a spell that's about to go off. Like someone's holding the magic ready to release that spell. That's the sort of sensation you have as you're hovering down the tunnel. But as you get to the end, it seems to be faded away. It's there only in the tunnel, not in the chamber at the end.
Okay, so I'll go into the. I'm going to grab some of the umami and look to the Darrow and say, pour, whilst indicating the umami water.
Damn you. Still waiting for a certain, no, it's not the choice. It's just getting unlucky, that's all. Alright, so you say pour.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd imagine you use probably the. Unless you're going to just use the umami.
No, we're just gonna
Because the
dip the 10
umami required.
Oh, here we go. So for P, he says, pitch.
What you call me?
Um,
Oh, pitch. Okay.
yeah, pitch. And O, he says, uh, we'll come back to O. Hold on, of maybe? He doesn't seem to have a liking for O. Hold on.
Mm.
Or, yeah, actually goes or. Or, you, umami. Under passage. And he actually looks up to the tunnel when he says that word. And then finally, oh. Remember. Yeah, toughy.
Okay, when we overfed number 3 previously,
Mm-hmm.
what was its reaction? Because I know, like, some of them spun around, some of them.
Kind of got bloated. Number 3 was getting like engorged, bloated, and looked like it wasn't enjoying it as much.
Okay.
Just like too much of a good thing, I guess. He looks at you and repeats it again. Pitch. Or. Actually.
Then I thought I seem to be on the right path, but not the right path. It's
Yeah.
uh,
Under
Fine.
pitch is making me think some form of sound, but
Let's
Well,
just
it was
poison
making, it was
them.
making me think pitch dark or pitch black.
He looks at you, Daya, when you say that. But he kind of backs away into the corner. Too many words.
I'm trying to think of a word for Okay. I have a really weird idea. I'm going to ask everyone to gather in the tunnel of 3.
Do that?
Okay.
Okay.
Is everyone doing that, including Hannah?
I don't know. Is Ember still nuts?
Yeah.
Ember is no longer nuts. No,
Okay.
he has recovered.
Alright. Now, I've not seen anyone cast anything like this, and I'm assuming they don't. Nobody knows how to cast darkness, do they?
Let me check if I've got anything. Well, I mean.
Oh wait, I know how to cast darkness. What am I?
Oh, okay.
I feel I did, but then I couldn't see it on my sheet for some reason. I was being blind. Okay, now that we're in the cave, in the tunnel, there's obviously that build-up of magic, and there's something that says pitch. I'm going to cast darkness on us to basically remove the light.
Okay, you cast darkness and remove the light.
Does
Just as you
anything
say.
happen?
You feel that magic there again, and it feels like fades away.
So it's annoying using spell slot for that, but it's the only way I could think of to make it darker.
Hmm.
So I won't
It
be
is
able to
completely pitch black. You cannot see a damn thing.
yeah, but it doesn't seem to affect anything. So
Well, you can't see anything, so
actually,
Is there any sound?
rather than I'm gonna
you
say
can still hear each other. Yes.
rather than casting darkness on like just the area, because I know you can cast on an item, I'm gonna cast it on my encore arrow, and then because nothing's happened, I'm then going to put the encore arrow into my quiver, which should then eventually negate the darkness, but darkness is still there in case we need it.
Okay. Sure. Yes.
That is part of how darkness works, I found out recently.
Yeah, it does. I know. That's cool. I like the idea. You've now got darkness on the end of your arrow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but then when the light returns, nothing happens, right?
As the light returns, you see a familiar-looking, what's it called? Tunnel. Yeah, it looks almost identical, and you can see the chamber beyond. Still the same chamber.
But the tunnel looks slightly different, you say?
It doesn't look any different, no. But did I say it? No, it looks identical.
You said almost, like...
Almost identical. Okay, so there's a slight darker tint about it, almost like some of the shadow from your darkness spell seeped into the very soil itself. The shadows look more dense. The cracks seem more deeper. Something has changed, but it seemed like a minute change. And as no one said anything for a while, you just sort of hear the Darrow let out a sigh of relief, like, like this is bliss to him.
Hmm.
Um,
Absorb the darkness. Absorb the darkness.
Casting magic missile into the darkness, because this before he puts the this is before Mister puts the arrow away, because the arrow is now away, right? So the darkness is like concealed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. How does
try
darkness?
it again. Put it back out.
Yeah,
Um,
darkness lasts 10 minutes. Awesome. That's a really useful thing to have.
that
Like,
lasts a long time. So,
um,
but yeah, it feels like the magic of your spell has suffused the tunnel, and as you cast, are you casting magic missile whilst it's dark? Yeah,
I can
because
get
it
the
wouldn't.
darkness back.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
oh, I see.
Alright,
Attack the darkness.
let me think.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was
missed that.
referencing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bad.
Okay.
Alrighty.
But it's like this absorbs the
Mhm.
darkness.
So do we think?
Looking at the water,
Mhm.
does the water appear darker?
Yes, there is a small trail of like shadow that seems to be seeping down and into.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask Daya to fill up the chalice with umami,
Okay.
and then I'm going to put my darkness arrow into the chalice
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
and see if
Okay.
that suffuses the water, making it basically that darkness, and then put the arrow back away.
Yeah, as you pull the arrow out, it seems as though the water adheres to the darkness. And as you pull it out, it's almost like this kind of shadowy ink that you yank away, and there's still a little bit of it left on the arrow, but it seems almost all of it has turned to black water in
Okay.
the
Oh, if this undoes everything, I'm gonna be annoyed. Alright. Let's try pouring that into the pool. So we're now pouring
Okay.
darkness into the pool, essentially.
Yep, it looks like you're pouring like ink into it.
Oh,
And
boy.
as it swirls around, you start to see all 5 heads begin to almost sort of mutate slightly. Their normal sort of shape is seen, but it seems as though they contort and twist ever so slightly, and they judder from one to another, and eventually they emerge in this much more strange color. They emerge in like a blood red, and the Darrow steps back slightly, eyes kind of wide, not out of shock or fear, but almost out of a remembering, like a realization.
Okay.
I'm gonna um ask the Darrow, like I'm gonna sort of put my hand out to him and go point to the hydras and go path.
Okay. He says, passage altered. And he says, what was it again? Path.
Path.
Yeah. And then he says, tunnel. Uh, here.
Passage
And as he
altered.
says here, he gestures up to the tunnel that everyone is currently standing on.
Okay, so now if we follow down this tunnel, does it now lead somewhere different?
Well, you start to see that there is a weird flow of the water. All of this liquid, it starts to kind of go backwards, almost like it's retreating up the waterfall the way it came. Almost like it's being reversed. And as you see it climbing up the tunnel changes in appearance. Starts to go dark, pitch black, magically black. It's now utter darkness, just like your spell was. Like you was going to cast it on the tunnel in the first place.
Hmm.
Complete darkness. And it keeps on going further and further, and it blots out the chamber up ahead.
Nissa's going to sort of trying to be too friendly to the Darrow, follow and then just start flapping their wings so they can be heard, and then sort of head down towards the passage, like going down the tunnel, hoping it will lead them where they need to go.
Okay. You flutter on ahead. Who's next after Nissa?
Dia is definitely one of the first ones up.
Okay.
She is feeling very strongly about this. Yeah.
And as you go along, Nissa, you keep flying out and further and further. And it feels like the space around you gets larger. You can just tell by the kind of breath isn't as echoey. It doesn't feel like it's next to you, against you. You feel like you're coming into a massive open space. Your wings kind of echo. Your footsteps are echoing into this massive cavernous location. It must be a different place to the one you were before, because there was a waterfall at this point. And Daya, you finally come to a step. You can feel it, like you nearly trip.
Yeah, and I'm gonna use the quarterstaff as like kind of a walking stick and just try and feeling along the walls with my hands as best as I can, remembering where I'm going, but using the walking stick along the ground to try and follow.
As you go to place your hands against a wall, there is no walls. You realize you're not walking in a tunnel anymore. You're not quite sure just how far the wall is. Do you reach out further?
Uh, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna. I'm gonna keep walking ahead, but I'm gonna keep my arms to the side.
Okay.
sort of reaching for it. But if I'm not gonna move to the side until I hit a wall. I'm gonna keep going
Okay. So you
with my
feel
hands outstretched just in case I hit something. But
so
moving
this.
forward is my main thing.
So going forward, you definitely feel this large step in front of you. It feels square, and as you kind of prod around with your staff, you can feel it's got an edge to it around the side as well. But the step is only hmm, about a foot high.
Is Do I get any kind of sense of if we're getting colder or warmer temperature wise? Like, is the air changed? Is it stuffy? Is it clear? Is there a wind?
There is definitely a wind, and as for temperature, I would say it's getting cooler, but not dramatically so.
Okay.
Only because it's got more airflow. Maybe that's the
Mhm.
breeze.
Okay. I'm gonna call it. Nissa, are you there?
Yeah, Nissa is just ahead of you, but they hovered over the step, so they didn't actually
Right.
feel it when they flew
Okay.
over.
Okay. Then I will just call to whoever's behind me. There's a step here. Watch it.
What?
Ah, just whoa, 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 whoa,
Told you
whoa.
there's a step there.
Yeah, you all kind of bundle into each other one after another. Cruz
Yeah.
like pushes. Stumbling. Di, you can make me a quick acrobatics check.
Oh Lord.
As everyone bundles into you.
Catch me!
Oh,
Oh!
no, natural 20.
Oh,
Di,
that's a natural. Yeah.
you end up flipping over the step with your staff, and
Yes, I do
you
because
land
I'm
on the
awesome.
other side. And you realize it's not a staircase going anywhere. It must be like a square platform. And Nissa hasn't gone upwards either. They're nearby, but they
Yeah.
hovered over this step, whereas you've just like found it. You've kind of understand its dimensions now. It's about 10 foot by 5 foot wide.
Okay. I will describe this to the others, and again, yeah, making a map of it with my stick all around,
Hmm.
seeing where the fall off is. Are there any other steps going up, like at the other
Nope.
end of the
This
platform?
is the only one.
This is the only platform.
Mhm.
And is
You
there
can feel
any?
roots nearby, but that's interesting. It might be some more growth. You can feel cold stone. It doesn't feel like a natural step. It feels like someone has shaped this to be perfectly square.
Yeah, yeah. I'm guessing you don't got a lot of perfect squares in nature.
No,
Uh,
of course not.
and does the platform lead anywhere? Like apart from the step coming up, it doesn't. There's
No,
no passage beyond it. It just ends
no.
here. It's a dead
Oh no,
end.
no, it does keep going.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely does keep going. Yeah, and Nissa has probably gone on a few more feet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, hmm. I'll point it out to Tanner and Ember and say like, this is weird, right? This somebody made this. I wonder if it was the Durgar or the elves. Somebody carved this here.
Does it look
This
familiar in any shape or form?
You cannot see it.
Can't see it,
Ah,
Tanner.
It's just a square.
Um,
I can't make out. I don't think I can make out any signs or symbols carved into the rock. Actually, I'm gonna crouch down and go over it with my fingers and see if I can see if anything's carved into it.
Okay, yeah, there is actually. And as studying the shape a bit more, it is a square, but it seems to have like four more squares in either corner. As you feel over the inscription, then you start to feel a much more natural sort of shape or depiction. Seems to be like twisting roots and trees. It feels like branches and roots of a tree, yeah.
Hmm.
And you can tell that it's as you're feeling it, there's this kind of um word give to it. It's not as hard as like say the out the outside of the step, the exterior. There's this kind of inner square.
Does it feel like it's made of wood rather than stone?
Yeah, it does actually. Kind of doesn't feel as heavy. It feels like you could push down as well.
Okay. Not sure what that means. Um, hmm. Can I
Something could be
trace
pushed
the
down.
roots and see where they go? Like if there's a trunk of where they lead up to?
It seems to map out like several trees, and it feels like the trees are in season. Like there's these kind of ripe shapes on the end of them, like fruit, or maybe they're seeds, or like pine cones or something. But you don't find it tracing all the way to something else. It's just kept to the square.
Right.
It does feel like a giant wooden button, effectively.
Ooh. See, now I'm tempted to push the button. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Maybe it turns on the lights in here.
All right, you guys get off this platform, and once you're safe, past, you go with Nissa, get past this bit, and I'm going to try pushing the the button down with my quarterstaff, so I'm not doing it directly.
Okay.
Very well.
You guys follow Nista down the path, and guessing you're just all kind of like hand on shoulder, effectively following one another so you don't get lost. And yeah, you guys keep going and keep going. Their voices sound like they're getting distant, maybe
Okay.
some 30, 40, 60 foot away.
Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as I think they're safe enough, I'm going to step to the edge of the platform and then push down with my quarterstaff on 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 a place that feels like it has some give,
Okay.
just to see what happens.
All right. You push down, and Ember, you immediately see
Dies.
a massive pair of fangs in front of you as this
Oh Jesus.
serpentine like appearance is just wide opened mouth about to swallow you whole effectively.
Why me?
Because that's where you are. Everyone else, you
Ah!
see the light
Uh,
emerge from what looks to be bulbs, or like these large pine cones inset in the branches of these trees. All of them light up, dispelling the darkness around you, and you realize that you're standing in front of a incredibly large serpentine shape. Let me just actually bring
Is
you
it
to the map.
live or
is
is
it
it a
another one of these
statue?
coatls?
Hmm.
Oh shit, I think it's a statue.
Is it a statue?
Right here, yeah.
It didn't feel living,
Oh,
right? So
thank
are
fuck.
they?
It is unmoving, and for a moment, although you catch your breath, you realize it is just a statue. But there does seem to be 5 heads
Ding!
on this statue. You attack it.
Hmm.
Yeah, you chip your blade,
Um,
and you
What
you're
the?
over here.
It's a tomb! Dia, it's a tomb!
this
A
symbol
tomb?
on the floor here, is that anything, or is that just...
Give me a
Hail
ooh.
Hydra is what it is.
Yeah, that right there is going to be something like a history check or
Oh,
an Arcana check. I'm gonna. It depends on what kind of information you want. But Arcana or history, I'll let you roll one.
I'll roll history, because I'm not very good at either.
Okay. It does seem to resemble something like a Hydra at first, but then you realize there's more of a larger bulbous center mass, and that the heads aren't just all coming out from the top; they're actually coming out from the bottom side of the center mass. It is a kind of very vague, crudish, like you can't really tell exactly what it is because it's vague, but it doesn't look like a Hydra necessarily. But it does have many appendages.
Ember look like anything to you?
There it is. Let me
What?
have a look. Does it look like anything I'd recognize?
Okay, roll an Arcana check.
There we go.
Roll a
See, that's how you
dexterity
use your
saving
party
throw.
members.
Mm-hmm.
It's trash, anyways.
Okay. From what you can detail, this thing has 6 appendages, and that doesn't really ring a bell with anything you're really aware of. It's not definitely not a beholder, because beholders have 10 eye stalks. It's definitely not a hydra because, like mentioned, they seem to be coming out from underneath the creature. Your best
Ah,
guess is some sort of like octopus, but octopuses have 8, not 6. So you're
But
kind of
squids,
stumped.
squids have 6, don't they?
Not
Yeah.
sure, Tanner. But I imagine whatever it is maybe buried here in this coffin. I would be very careful here, Tanner. You know,
Let me take a look there.
ghosts and vampires. I don't know.
Let me take a look at the tomb. I'm just gonna look over and see what's going on. Does it look like a religious burial? Does it look like a king or an emperor or a spooky bitch, a vampire?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
can I help Tanner on this? Because like as someone who grew up among temples, presumably I would know, I would be able to tell like a temple of worship versus a temple of memory or a tomb of
yes.
protection, or like if this
Yep.
is something they worshipped or they were afraid of, or both.
Okay then. Whichever you'd like to choose then, Tanner, you can write investigation or even religion.
Investigation or religion? Why? I'm
Yeah.
trash at both of them. uh, do you know what? Di, you're good at investigations, aren't you?
I'm better at religion than investigation. I think I have proficiency in religion.
Okay. Do you want to take
But-
the lead on this, and I'll assist you.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
there it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Roll another one in case you get a double 20.
No. That would have been cool. But yeah.
Okay. So the purpose of this tomb is to it is entombing by the looks from the text, because you're both elves, so you can realize that there is actually some text on there, and it is in Elvish. But more importantly, it's quite clearly of drow design and make. And looking over it, you can tell this wasn't just a dedication to an important noble figure or anything. This is more of a seal. Someone is like placed here as a ward. It's not just a tomb, it is an entrance. And it is probably a tomb to a powerful drow matriarch, one who has mastered the arcane art, as you're starting to see more and more symbols of arcane inscription. And I will say that let's see what the actual name is. Okay. Their name is Zilkira uh, Dusk Duskra, which is probably one of the most powerful arcanist drows of their time, and you remember them as, yeah, a feared leader and sorcerer, effectively. Sorceress, should I say?
oh, yeah, what was the name?
It is Zilkira Duskra, which I just said in Dwarvish.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to spell it again.
What's it? What does that say, Tanner? What?
What was she most known for? Would have been powerful artifacts. She was basically in charge of keeping them learning their properties and utilizing them. And in some cases, protecting them from other races in case they fell into enemies' hands.
Not house name I'm familiar with.
Why am I muted? So it's kind of like not an identifier. What do you do when you get something kind of like checked on its wealth?
Appraised?
Yeah, so almost like an appraiser for magical items.
Oh yeah, not just that, but like head of security of magical items in that regard.
Interesting.
She was renowned for keeping to herself, trying not to let others in on what she had. That made her most dangerous because she would have been feared as well. The enemy not really wanting to move against her, knowing that they potentially own a very powerful artifact. But
Interesting.
in her time near her death, she would go on long, long expeditions into the Underdark, disappearing for like years at a time. And some say that she was trying to hide away her belongings, her treasures, or someone else either killed her and got them off her, or she just died of old age and didn't have anywhere to place them. Someone would just loot her body, effectively.
I would recommend not touching anything that you find in here.
Right.
Well, perhaps one of those chalices would be hidden here. Maybe one of our treasures.
By any chance, because I'm assuming that's the tomb right in front of me. Is there any kind of... In fact, let's have a quick look. Bippity boppity. Boo.
I'll say with a natural 20 as well, that no one ever actually found the resting place of her. One expedition, she just never came back. Likely either found a safe, secure stronghold in which she could hold down and defend until her last years, or that she may have just wandered into the wrong part of the Underdark and died. Either way, tombs like these might have been set up as potential baits,
That's what
say,
I'm also thinking.
by pretending it's their resting place, only to lure them into potential traps.
Grizz, do you have that wand of yours?
Which one?
The one that shows all the colours of magic.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Could
Okay,
I borrow it for a moment?
click and switch. And he hands you the wand of magic protection.
In fact, do you mind if I keep hold of this?
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay. I will roll that persuasion check, but I will also one-up and show one shiny silver piece. Because
I'll do that.
remember,
Hold on. I don't really go for silver anymore.
well,
Ever
you didn't
since,
go for gold. Oh, sorry,
no.
you won't go for gold anymore.
Yeah, well, ever since the gal died or something, I kind of feel a little better now.
Wait, he died?
I don't know. Did he?
Fair
I'm not
enough.
sure, Grizz. I've been wondering that myself.
Okay, so I will offer one shiny gold piece.
You could keep that down.
Okay. I'll roll a persuasion check just in case. 18.
Okay. You can hold on to it for now.
Perfect, thank you. I'll add that on. Wand of thingy.
You owe me cookies when we get back to the hut.
I'm sure I can do that.
Wasn't it
for
like
you.
a spyglass or something that he looked through?
Doomsday cookies. Those were really yummy.
It's wand of magic detection. Is the
Okay.
item itself.
One of the
For
first
some reason, I
magic
thought it was a
items.
spyglass. Like I remember him looking through it like a kaleidoscope.
I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
why
that's
it's gone into my
yeah,
consumables.
prismatic lens. That's effectively what it is. I'm sure you also had a wand of magic detection, though. 100%.
I'm pretty sure
I
we
don't
got that from
I
the
did.
vault.
Did
Yeah.
we?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You're probably mixing campaigns. But you tell you what, we do have
Yeah,
a
I
main.
don't.
I do
we
not
still
have
have a means of magic detection, and that is
Yeah,
the
his.
prismatic lens. So
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll call it the lens of magic detection.
there you go.
And yes, so I will look through uh, the the
The
glass
lens.
lens. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So there's 100% evocation magic all over the statue,
Oh boy.
and it's everywhere except the mouth of the statue, which is kind of a bit odd. You'd think it would be something that would exhale or breathe from it, but funny enough, as you look around, it's everything but the mouth itself is coated in evocation.
What's evocation?
Energy.
Fire, lightning,
Oh, so
etc.
destructive almost.
Pain.
Yeah, if you want a more
Is
Evoker wizards kill people.
I'm googling. Okay, so don't touch the statues. Whatever you do, it's absolutely rinsed with evocation magic.
yes,
Okay.
elemental.
That's not what I want to hear, Tanner.
Well, that's
I'm gonna step back.
good to know, I guess.
Create matter and energy.
We
So
should
I'm
step
assuming that
back,
so it
guys.
it seems like this was a trap designed to catch tomb raiders or artifact seekers, which is a shame because we are
Get away from
kind
me.
of artifact seekers.
Hold on, evocation can be either destructive or creative. So cure
Can be
wounds is
hit.
evocation.
Correct.
But however, in the place we are, I highly doubt that I'm gonna get a cure wounds cast on me if I touch that.
Kirun's necromancy.
Okay. Interesting question. Is the elsewhere flask
Hmm.
and how that works, would that be considered evocation? Because it's like manipulation of energy in that way?
I would say it's conjuration.
Okay. Okay, so conjuration.
Can I peek over the edge and see what I see below? Is
Uh,
it just like
You
cavern?
see, if your dark vision can pierce down at least 60 foot, then I would say you see there is a rolling water. Like, there seems to be a sloshing to it, but it's not making much sound, which kind of leads you to believe it may be further down than what you think. But it's definitely a lot of water. And it seems to be running southeast, sorry, southwest. So it's going this way, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a
Hmm.
lot of it. Like
A lot of
a
water moving
huge body of it,
fast.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like burst in the rock face, where there's like seams of water that are kind of squirting out. It's like a sideways waterfall. Almost like this thing as a whole is like a dam.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. No, I. Hmm. Well, I don't want to go down there. That's for sure. Just want to
Yeah,
see
that
if
does
there's
look like
anything else.
sharp rock.
Any other passages or passageways underneath the main platform. Like any like a walkway like an underpassage, the way that what's his name said, Darrow said.
Okay. Yeah. So as you're looking up on the underside of the bridge,
Mm.
uh, there actually appears to be archways in the underside of the bridge itself. So you have the support
Hmm.
holding the bridge up, and then on the underside of the bridge there is an archway. How do I kind of? I'll try and draw it for you. See what it looks like. So there's the support. Then underneath you kind of have like an archway like this, and then here's the support here, and again another kind of archway.
Okay. Hey,
Uh,
hey, Nissa,
Hmm.
do you think you could just fly uh under the bridge here and see if that passage goes anywhere? Like, does it lead to a doorway or something?
Okay,
I
so
can see that
Rob,
there's archways, but I don't know if that's just architecture or if it actually goes somewhere.
so Nissa is going to tie a rope around herself and hand it to hand it to Grizz. Grizz looks strong. And then rather than fly, he is going to climb down because Nissa's is more of a hover, so if there's no ground below me, I'm just going to drop. So I'm going to use my climb speed to climb down the side of the bridge and have a look.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep. With Grizz holding on, you're not gonna fall to your death or anything. You kind of hover around, and you do see that they match up and continue on. These archways are some forming a tunnel deeper in, but completely upside down on the underside of the bridge, and they go into this rock face which you're standing on with Grizz and Kane. They go into this rock face here.
Okay. But so, like, there's a passage that goes into the rock face, almost like underneath this.
Exactly like so.
Okay,
You
okay,
go before you reach the
Gonna,
barrier.
yeah. Yeah, Nissa will just try to fly down that a bit and see what they can see.
Mm-hmm. So on the so you're hovering. You're actually seeing there is a trail of water underneath you, like it's a stream, and it's
Yeah,
pouring out. And eventually, you come to. It looks like a vertical shaft leading down, but it kind of curves as it descends, almost like a slide. And it, from the shape of the tunnel, it almost seems to match like a serpentine-like neck, and it connects to that. Looking down it, you've got superior dark vision, haven't you? So I
yeah.
will say at the bottom, you can see there is just water. There doesn't seem to be any tunnel leading on. The drop goes into and submerges into water.
Okay. I will head back up.
Mm-hmm. Grizz,
Hmm,
Grizz pulls you back up. What
yeah.
did you find?
Well, there's a tunnel that goes down to a water slide, but that
Why did
just
you
leads
tell him
into the
that?
water. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, I like
Just goes into the water, but the water itself, did it like normal water or
it.
did it
It
look
did, yeah. There was nothing weird color or magic about it. Should
okay?
even take Grizz's prismatic lens
Uh,
back, have a check.
it 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 almost seemed like, if anything, it was like if this is the head of the serpent creature, then that's the tail.
Is it
Actually,
all
thinking
is
about it, did because it wound down, did it also wind up, like almost like if you climbed into the mouth of this snake, would you get into the slide?
Yeah, you realize at this point, if you were kind of looking down the shaft. You'd have gone and looked up. You realize it does go up and down as well.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, if we climbed in through the snake's mouth, not sure if one will fit, we could go down that slide. I I speak to the Darrow and say mouth.
Okay.
I'm using the Darrow as much as I can.
yeah.
Says,
It's not one source of information.
Yeah, good
he
idea.
holds he holds his head and he seems to be racked in pain for a moment. Memory overloaded. And then he goes wide-eyed for a moment, almost a look of fear in his eyes. He steps back, and I think probably someone has to stop him from falling off the bridge because he literally is almost like he's seeing a ghost of something. And the next word he says is enough to perhaps maybe even constitute another madness check because it makes no sense. The next word he says, okay, I'm gonna butcher this. It says Orocha.
Up.
Or Rod.
Words we
And
know.
what else we got? T H. And he says, Trio. And he says, hold on. He says just hard. There you go.
This is something that he's scared of, or that.
Why does that ring a bell to me for some really stupid reason?
Do not
Is it a
Google
name?
that.
Is it a name that
I mean
that
that.
he
Don't actually
recognized?
look it up. Don't look it up because you don't have a clue what that is, and
Okay.
it
None
is
of us know.
completely alien to you. It's not a
Yeah.
language anyone understands either.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard of it. That's probably why it's triggering a bell for me, but not enough to.
Doesn't trigger dwarvish.
It
No,
is not.
it's,
Okay.
I don't think it's a word. It's a name. If I was to guess, but that would be. Like, I think what he's saying is in order to. If I was to guess, in order to proceed or do something, we have to defeat whatever an Orochar is or whoever an Orochar is.
Well, I mean, we could
Perhaps
just ask.
Trial,
I will.
some sort of
I will
task or
say
whatever.
Urocha.
So Suze hasn't said much for a while. She does speak up and says, "You know, as tricksy as Mim was, he does raise a good point. How does this Jero know so much?"
Well, before we get into that, can I just ask Jero Urocha?
You say the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He freaks out and doesn't respond in his normal lettering. He just
Okay.
kind of he tries to
No,
run.
I'm gonna take him by the hand, by the arm, and just kind of
Okay.
calm him down. Come here, buddy.
You raise an interesting point, Suzuki, but because he's referred to it as hard, I'm wondering if he faced this trial himself. Perhaps he has been this way, and that's how he knows. And maybe because the Darrow they were mind flayer servants, right?
Slave.
Mind flayer slaves. But perhaps as one of their tests or experiments, because maybe they made them try to face this thing or survive this thing, perhaps.
Possibly.
I had the idea that because they were the slaves of the Mind Flayer, and because he seems to have so many words and images in his head. I think maybe his mind was flooded with the memories of many different people. I don't know all of his type or all of the Mind Flayers, but his mind was overflowed with memory, and that's why everything seems too much. That he hasn't seen this thing himself, but someone else has and has given them those memories. Does that make sense? Almost as if he's
nods.
been flooded with other people's minds, and it's too much for any one person to take.
Sounds awful.
It does sound awful.
I wonder.
I mean, enlightening, but difficult to maintain one's sanity. We still don't really know if he means well, but he at least has knowledge of this place because of those experiences, if that's how it works.
Okay. I don't want to ask him any more, but so
it seems like whatever. I mean, am I right in thinking that if we go into that mouth and follow that path, there will be some sort of trial?
That,
Memory overloaded, something difficult.
Mm.
that's my thought, but that would mean as that leads to water, a bit of combat in water, which doesn't sound fun.
None of us are good in water, I don't think.
I sink.
Yeah.
I
I
have a
can
swim
swim, but I'm
speed.
not at my fastest.
I have a swim speed. Technically, I think you're at the point where you can run on water, aren't you? Or is that ninth?
Ooh,
That's like
I don't think. Not yet, anyway.
just a reminder of underwater combat rules for anyone interested.
Yeah. I actually do have a swim speed. Haha.
Range tip and.
I might have some time left on spider climb. I casted it as we were climbing up the cliff,
Yeah,
just before we met the Darrow. I'm not sure if an hour has passed since then or not, because I
I
have
think
no idea how the hell time passes on this point.
That is
Hmm.
ninth.
you've probably got it up for like the last few minutes. Got like
All
5 minutes
right,
left or so.
sure, okay.
So this thing purely had evocation magic on it, right?
Yeah,
There was no
everywhere
other
except the
magic
mouth.
everywhere except the mouth. Do we want to just try it? Just go for a slide and see where it takes us?
Um,
Not
I'll be
particularly.
I'll
Yeah.
be honest with you. It sounds to me like this whole thing is a trap. Like
Yeah,
this
I
was
think so.
designed to be a target for people seeking magical artifacts, who would then see that the mouth is not magical, and who would then go into the mouth and get killed by whatever is beyond there.
Or the
I,
whole
I
thing just explodes.
or the whole thing explodes, or maybe the
Eh,
whole thing itself is an illusion, and the mouth is the ticket to a safe place out of here, and there's champagne and bacon biscuits at the end. I
I
don't
mean, I
know.
don't think it's an illusion if it's showing
well,
evocation magic.
Mm.
well,
I think it's a
it's
fucking
Not an
violent.
illusion then. A deception to appear scary when actually it's the way out for people who
well,
know.
That's a good
if
point, Chris. Does there ever know of anything where you can fake one magic to look like another? Is that possible?
It'd mostly be under illusion magic.
Yeah.
But you,
there is a spell that would do that.
There is, yeah. It's called
Mistl's magic aura, I
what's
believe.
the one? So yeah, there is possible.
yes, that could be it, Sarah Jane. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
that's a good.
not
I didn't think
that
of that.
not that the evocation itself is an illusion. I mean, maybe if you touch the wrong
That's
part of the snake's
something.
head, it will kill you outright. But if
Perhaps
you
it's
know
something
the safe path,
philosophical.
Mhm.
if you know how to get there, then like that bit in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade where you have to hop on the right stones to pass safely,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the J is really an I and all that. Like if you know the
yeah.
code, it takes you to a safe place. But if you don't know the code, and if you're just a thief, you will
That
die
is
instantly.
yes.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's. I mean, but I don't know which one it is. Is it actually deadly, or just an appearance of
The
a
thing
deadly thing?
is, if we're looking for a magical artifact of such power as basically the void, it's
Hmm.
most likely to be in a dangerous area.
Well, that's true.
If
Suze says, interesting choice of words. If it was a trap, would he not use the T to say that? He said trial.
yes, that's what I'm
Oh.
thinking. I think we have to pass that trial in order to get perhaps not just the treasure that you're after, but perhaps others.
Again, like Indiana Jones, we have to prove it we're
Yeah,
worthy.
yeah.
You know that old fable of Indiana Jones? Or is that just an elf
Yes,
thing?
everyone's heard that story in the fable.
Or maybe it's Sliveladra. I don't know. I can't speak drow. Maybe she set this up so that the magic items did only fall into worthy hands
Hmm.
No, that
and not
is an
common
idea that
too.
makes a lot of sense, actually.
That's also terrifying. What the hell does a drow consider worthy?
Yeah. And are we up for the
Spiders.
trial? Oof.
Anybody, Grizz? Nah.
So now I'm wondering, is this symbol on the floor meant to represent whatever this aura chart is?
Well, it does look like a sea creature, and
Another, actually, just another quick question, actually, for Chris. Based on knowledge of drow and stuff, as I knew about the Banier family and stuff before,
Mm.
this snake thing, is that associated with anything drow related that I know? Because I know obviously they're treacherous and stuff, but normally I would think drow spider, not drow snake.
No, absolutely, yeah. It seems more associated with the Hydra that guarded this place to begin with. And you can tell there are actually 5 heads. So it's kind of like the bridge between this ruin, this drow ruin, and the Hydra's lair, supposedly. So, and maybe the Hydra has taken many forms over its years, but it's definitely not something drow related. But it seems like it's set up here as like a guardian to ward off creatures, much like how the path the path itself was guarded by a Hydra. So it's kind of like this, what's the word, symbiotic relationship.
Hmm.
You know, if you want to guard your treasure, stick it in a dragon's lair. There you go. They'll look after it for you.
it did take us a
Dragons aren't
while
going
to
to use
find
it,
this
you know.
place.
The dragons
Yeah.
aren't going to go sell it. They're going to keep it there because they're hoarders. that you can go pick up your treasure anytime. It's like a makeshift bank with free security.
Hmm.
Oh, what we're doing?
Well, Tanner, Ember, Nissa, Grizz,
This
Suzuze.
is your jam, Daya.
I mean, I'm happy with any path we choose.
I
I'm
really
a
don't like
little.
this evocation bit. That's really concerning to me.
Well, potentially if one of you are able to dispel a magic. I mean, I might be able
I
to.
create magic, Tanner. I don't remove it.
Suzusa?
I can have a look at it. She'll roll an Arcana check, see if she can discern what sets it off or what type of spell it might hold. Um, I'm not sure, but I think I might just be able to avoid this altogether. And she immediately transforms into her coatl form and flies down where you were earlier, Nissa. You said this leads further in.
Yes.
Hmm. And you didn't set off anything?
Not that I was aware of.
She looks back at the others, shrugs her feathered wings, and flies in.
Daya holds her breath.
Yeah.
Uh, this is uncomfortable. This seed. Feels funny, Tanner.
I know I'm uneased myself, but if it takes us further in or gives us answers, then we might be getting somewhere here.
No,
I
I'm not talking about the split. I mean, yeah, uncomfortable here, but no, but there's a seed inside me that's growing.
Oh, the
I don't like it.
seed. Okay.
what seed? What seed is this?
I
Did you
don't
do
know,
something?
Daya. No, I fed the berry there, and it felt like there was a seed growing inside me. I think I'm growing one of those berries.
Are you
I
pregnant?
Are
No,
you
I'm
going
not
to
pregnant,
prepare
Daya.
to? It will literally be called an emberry at that point.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not important right now, but man, my stomach's killing me.
I'm going to quickly hold up the lens and look at Ember.
Okay. You want to check for the magic, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is magic on him, but it's very subtle, and you kind of have to detect it near his chest. There is abjuration.
Abjuration. The school that is focused on protective spells. Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. A small bulb.
Well,
of
you would see
abjuration.
the mage armor effect, which is abjuration as well.
There you go. Yeah, he's covered in abjuration. See?
But I see like a small speck towards the center of his chest.
Yeah, like a seed.
I kind of like just pinpoint it with my finger and just prod.
Stop it! What are you doing, Tanner?
Stay still.
It doesn't seem to react.
I poke again.
Ah!
It doesn't react.
Okay, right, Ember, stay very still. I draw out a dagger.
What happened
I'm
to
joking.
Tanner?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
It flashes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, never mind. Ember,
Yes.
do you trust me?
Not. I mean, as much as anyone trusts someone who does work for them, you seem to be a loyal follower. Yes. What
Okay,
do you mean?
close your eyes.
I look at Daya as he says this. She have any expression on her face, or
I'll shrug. I say,
So,
I don't know where he's going with it, but
So you're
Alright, I
pretty
look
much the
back at-
scene.
he's your vizier, man.
The scene that you're looking at is Tanner's currently got a lens, literally like just up towards Ember's chest, and he's got a dagger drawn.
I kind of look at.
Okay, Tanner.
Oh yeah, I give a little nod, like, yeah, go ahead.
James,
Alright.
Probably fine.
Okay, and you
I
said it.
will close my eyes.
Nice. So you said it flashed the first time.
faintly.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm going to bring up the dagger, and I'm going to give like almost like a pinprick directly where that spot is.
Okay. It flashes again faintly.
Nothing else.
Tiny little dot. It's small as the tip of your dagger. James,
Interesting.
Sorry.
there you go.
Okay, so I draw it away, and I'll just kind of like hand him a cloth just to dab the little wound.
Wait, did you actually do a point of damage?
Huh? Yeah. So I wanted to almost like break the skin, not enough to hurt, but I can imagine it being like a needle prick. And whenever
Sounds
I
like
go
what
and get
damage
a
is.
Like you're trying to trigger its protection.
exactly.
You do 1 point of damage, and there's an extra reaction as you do this. As you see the roots beneath Daya's feet suddenly animate slightly, and they curl towards Ember.
Ooh,
Ah!
they're bloodthirsty.
Oh.
Perhaps trying to defend him because he took damage.
Hmm.
What?
Speaking of that, when
Hold
Zemba's
on.
obviously got damage at the moment, and that's since after our long rest. Did we notice any, now that we look back, did any of us notice any plants reacting weirdly when he took that damage?
I'm going to say you were too in the moment to notice whether that was a case or not, but you may.
Not even
Okay.
there. I got hit by the damn wormy spider thing that dropped in on me.
Just
Going
keep.
forward,
Its stomach.
going forward, that's the thing you can look out for.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ember, keep your eyes closed. I'm going to crouch down next to one of the vines, holding on to Ember, and I'm going to reach out towards the vines that were crawling towards him.
You're gonna reach out to the vines whilst.
Holding on to Ember's leg.
Okay.
I have a plan towards this.
Nothing really happens.
Okay. Really sorry about this, Ember, but I'm testing
Oh,
theories.
hang on now.
I pull out the dagger again, I give him another pinprick in the leg.
Ember, you take another 1 point of damage.
And I'm
And-
reaching out towards the vines as well, see if anything happens.
You see the vines do. They twist around your arm like a wrist strap, kind of pulling and slightly restraining you, but not enough to really hold you in place. It just kind of curls around you.
And while I'm in that position, I'm going to quickly take a look at the vine with the
Thanks.
with the lens.
There is no magic on it.
Gotcha. And I will heal you back for those 2 points, Ember. And I'm assuming with that, I get released.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to like let go, but you can
Just
Just-
pull away.
pull away. Yeah. It doesn't seem to hold you against your will.
Okay, Ember, you can open your eyes again. You see, just
Eh,
kind of wiping the blade and puts it away.
Felt like when when an animal does something or a pet goes to do something bad and you grab their paw and you're like, no.
Yeah.
It felt like the tree was grabbing your arm just to
you weren't able to cut it out, Tanner? Or
Give you
cut it
pause.
off?
Well, that wasn't actually my intention.
Oh, I thought you were gonna. I was really worried there for a sec, but.
It seems like whatever that thing inside of you is it's communicating with the plants around you. It's protecting you. And I'll just kind of like gesture down to the vine as I'm pulling it off of my wrist.
Maybe it's the old one, the tree, the.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, perhaps.
Are we sure this is a good thing and not something that's going to backfire
Well,
horrendously?
Oh my god, he's gonna have a chest burst. Just a little like Meaver going.
Don't say that, Tanner!
Oh, sorry. No, I think what could be an idea is maybe we could try and locate this Raukath. Perhaps we'd be able to find out more information on it.
Do we have any idea where
Yeah,
Relpath
perhaps.
is? Just beyond he's here somewhere and he owes us a favor?
He's part of the forest, as far as I'm aware.
There's
He
a
is,
pathway everywhere.
he is the one of infinite branches. Every branch is part of him. In a way.
Oh. Even these ones, do you
I
think?
would-
I
Most likely.
I would be able
Like,
to
could you just
confirm that
whisper
theory.
to any random branch and talk to him? Because that would be potentially very useful.
I just
At
tug
this
on the
point-
vine, like
Hello.
yeah.
At this point, the Tuesday comes back, and they're flapping their wings, and they land, and then they transform back into their elven Eladrin form, and you can see that they're soaking wet. They're just dripping from head to toe. And
You okay?
yes, I just went to see how deep it was. The whole place is flooded, it seems. And suddenly, Kane begins turning to her and growling
Uh-oh.
That's
All the
Suze.
on his fur stick up. And that is where we're going to go for a quick break.
Oh
boy.
She was
No.
eaten. Okay. We'll be right back.
She was eaten.
We'll be right back
Okay.
in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
back. Alright. So they're just confronting Suzume about what they've just been through. Nissa is even asking Suzume what their original mission was here in the Fader, just to confirm that they really are them. Because Kane is seriously growling, and Grizz is stopping this from escalating. He's like, calm down, boy, better. And Suzume says, well, if I must prove my loyalty, I was here to protect my mate in his quest to find the Queen of Winter. Roll an insight.
Grizz, I'll point at Grizz, I'll pass a message and say, Grizz, ask King what he smells. In your forest comment.
There's only one thing that goes off like this happen with rain.
But is it the water or is it her?
How do we find out? With that inside check, that is pretty accurate. Almost completely on point. Like, didn't slip up. He was.
Does there seem something off about it?
Does it seem off to you? Because I think
Her manner seems off to me. Like she's very
she's always
mild. Yeah, but I mean,
almost a little bit emotional. But she says, "What more do I need to do to prove?"
Well, I'll raise the spyglass, the lens. Just look her up.
There's no magic on her.
Okay.
I look to Grizz and then ask, because there's one thing that I can think of which would allow them to be an aberration now, but to have all the same memories. So I'm going to ask Grizz to ask Kay if the scent is coming from a particular part of Suzume.
Okay. Alright. Where is it coming from? I'm gonna hold you by your collar. Don't fight. He kind of goes around behind and lets Kane get closer. Suzume doesn't really flinch. She doesn't seem to be too afraid of Kane in the slightest. And as Kane is sniffing, it seems to be just all over. It doesn't even have one in particular spot. And
It's
Grizz is like,
the water, the water.
He's
Yeah.
trying to knock.
Daya's gonna take a bunch of the water, like maybe wring some off into a puddle and sort of point Kane to the puddle of water and see if he has the same reaction. So to find out if it's the water or the person underneath it.
Sniff the puddle. And Kane immediately lets out a huff and almost like a snort, and bares his teeth.
At the
after
puddle?
that, yeah, at the puddle, yeah.
Oh, okay. Right.
And anyone have anything that can dry Suzume off?
Oh, fear not. And she immediately casts a spell that freezes over her entire body, and then it kind of shatters away like glass.
Cool.
Why would water be an aberration? What would that mean?
Some sort of magic
Potentially,
in the
yeah.
water?
Tadpoles, offspring, spawn, eggs.
Maybe
Maybe the water isn't really water?
Maybe
Just
our
to be
Garth
clear,
is taking a
there's no
bath.
magic. There's no magic coming from the water with the prismatic lens.
Looking at... Wait, no magic at all?
Nope.
Is that in itself unusual, considering this is the Fey Dark?
Good question.
Okay,
Like-
there's a little bit of magic.
No, he's right. Nis is absolutely right to point that out. You're right. There should be maybe a little tinge of magic. This is pretty non-magic. But
Okay, look.
Yeah, go on.
Looking back at this is me perhaps using a looking back at this symbol that because they said it almost looked beholder-like, but too few tendrils, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That, that this is just does it look like the tendrils are attached like the central orb, or they're flowing from the orb? If that makes sense, do they perhaps represent water?
They do not seem to. They seem to represent some sort of appendage from what you gathered.
Okay,
Yeah, they
so
seem to be quite long.
okay. You can probably guess where I was going with that, Chris, slightly.
Well,
Yeah.
hang on. What if this isn't a tomb, but a incubator?
Incubator for what?
Aberrations. Maybe, they give birth here in the water or something.
Well, Suzusa, did you see anything in the water? Anything
No,
moving?
I saw normal plant life. Bits of coral. There was a ruin down there, though. Brickwork, stonework, cut stone.
The only thing is, if we're close to, well, what you saying, aberrations spawn, then it could
Spawning pool, yes,
it
that's
could
what
be
I
a
meant.
case of where that
Well,
that brain creature came from.
I really don't like it here, Tanner.
wait.
I don't like
Oh
it
god,
either,
no.
but I think we might actually be more on path to destroying the Fomorians than we thought.
Chris, considering what I know about mind flares and such,
Yeah.
I would know that tadpoles are raised in water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any potential, I think, that this could be a large, like, tadpole spawning thing, or perhaps the remnants of one?
There's a potential.
Wait. You said 6 tendrils, didn't you?
I did.
Oh no! It's a fucking it's an illithid spawn. Ah!
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
No,
of.
I'm gonna ask Azuse to describe what the ruins look like to me and see if they sound anything like what I would perhaps know an illithid colony looks like.
They appear to be elvish and make drow stone, but it was all worn away from the waters. It doesn't look like it was built to be underwater. It looks like it was flooded. There's parts of the wall that have broken through where it has not held up the water. So if it was designed to be underwater, then it's not very sturdy. Or at least it failed in its design. Or maybe it's very old. It was definitely cut stone.
Okay, cut stone.
Is there any lettering?
I did not go too far, but I
No.
believe I found what looked to be an entrance. A large set of 2 doors. I did not try opening them though.
See,
It
I
had a
think
similar.
out of character I now know what this
It had
represents,
a
but
similar symbol to this. And she gestures towards that.
Were the 2 doors above water?
No, I did not find any air, or at least not a surface.
I think
There are bubbles, though. A few of them. Yes,
bubbles is in like ways for us to get air whilst we're down there, or
possibly, yes.
okay, this is going full Sonic the Hedgehog, but cool. Does
I'm not going down
actually
there.
no wait. Well, Ember, then it might be the only way to get the chalice. You're just going to have to risk getting a little wet.
Are you insane?
Question is how far down do we have to go? If it's just a
Well,
question of getting the water, I mean, I'm sure Nissa and I can do that, but
What about
or
Kate?
or or, or someone with spider climb, but if we have to travel
I,
underneath the water,
we do have a way to breathe under it because we can use the mandrake roots I harvested earlier as a way to breathe.
oh, okay.
Because
Oh.
that was one of the things that was said, right, Chris? That they contain
Yep.
air, so we could use
Correct.
them as like a rebreather almost.
Hey, bye bye, no shot.
Okay. That changes things.
Which I realise isn't ideal for you, Ember. I know it's not somewhere you would like to go. But in order to help Dire get what they need, we might not have a choice. You might just have to
Step
risk it.
outside your element, so to speak.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I've made that joke a few times myself. Very funny. Daya, listen. Are you on board with this? We can't breathe out of mandrake roots. What are you talking about? I don't see what you... A terrible idea. We're gonna drown
Yeah,
down
yeah.
there. And then what about Kane? He's gonna suffocate in
If
rage as he tries to eat himself.
Ember, if you don't have to go. If you want to stay here you could stay here with Kane. Um, you can go with Nissa trying to find some other way. You know, Grizz, Tanner, all of you. I think the path is leading me this way, and I want to at least see where it goes, but you don't have to come with me. Maybe this will lead to the Illithid colony, and we can find some clue there. Maybe this is just a dead end, and I'll come back to you wet and disappointed.
Well,
But
I think the tomb is a trap, but this is not a dead end, Daya. This certainly goes somewhere.
Well, as Suzuze said, there is a path down there.
everything that we've seen so far has led me to believe that this is the way to the void, to the chalice of the void, or whatever it is that I need to get.
And if
But
anywhere where they'd hide a chalice like that, I mean, in something seemingly born within the void,
I'm
makes sense.
unable to really do anything in the water. Out of my element is pretty on the nose. Oh boy, all I can do is well, I may have one trick that I can. Oh, Tanner.
Come on, Ember.
Hey, all right, yeah, Daya, you owe me one. Don't forget this.
Just
Fine.
Oh, that worked. Okay.
one thing before we go.
There's a surprise.
Has anybody actually checked this over here?
Nani?
Yeah, that was the button that Dire
Oh,
pressed to
okay,
light things up, I think.
It dispelled magic, and
Yeah.
you saw the plants glow.
turned on the lights.
Gotcha, no worries, no worries.
Favor for a favor, Daya. I do know that you traveled to a plane of fire for me, so I guess this makes us even.
What
I'll
about all
take
the
it.
times that we've saved your life?
Well, I returned that favor already. I saved your life, Tanner.
I think
Tanner's
I
like,
think at this point there have been so many rescues either way that I'm no longer counting. But if you're counting and you
As
this
a
gives me
leader,
your help, then yes, I'll take it.
as a leader, I need to inspire. I need people to realize how great I am. This is a
Tanner's still
challenge.
counting.
And Nis is just like, a long way to go in that regard, but
Well, this isn't about me anyways. Fine, I'll do it. I got my ring anyways.
Okay. I'm gonna give him a hug. Say thank you, Ember. I know this will be a trial.
You certainly
Honestly,
will.
Amber, that the fact you're willing to even go through this for a friend increases my estimation of you slightly.
I don't know what you mean by that. Don't worry about it. We got work to do.
Tanner's still counting
To what?
how many times he saved you.
I thought you were like counting for me to jump off the bridge. Like
you
what?
just see
Like,
Tanner like super distant, just counting
Like,
on his
kids
hands.
count before they jump in water because they're scared.
Speaking of super distant, the Darrow here has been tucked away behind the button, just peeking his eyes over the top of the step. Yeah, it doesn't look like Uvro is going anywhere.
Okay, I will go over to him, and I want to say, wave and say, thanks.
He says he kind of nods shakily and says, "Tess, hard. Um, mm, mm, uh, can't, can't think of anything. uh, I'll come back to this in a second.
Help.
Just take a while.
Help? I don't know.
Think but yeah, well, he kind of he will say this as you're leaving, but maybe even under his breath. But I've really got to come up with something while you do that.
Okay.
It's a tough one.
Hey, how do we get down there? Hey, Suzuze, how do we get down there?
We
Safely.
we can go down the tunnel underneath the bridge, the underpassage, as it's called. It seems that is the most sensible way if you do not wish to climb down a snake's mouth.
I think that seems reasonable. I will
Very well.
move away a little bit from the Darrow. And direct my comments to them. So we can get to that passage through there? Well, I suppose that's the way you went, isn't it? Sorry, I'm a little jittery.
Okay.
You first, Tanner.
Random.
Okay. So I'm assuming we're going that way.
I thought we were going underneath this
Now
way.
we're going to go
Well,
underneath
the
and then
underpassage.
in. We're going to take the underpassage, which I think is the trick to it.
Sorry, the way
Yeah.
that it was drawn out, I thought that Chris was indicating that that was the start of the tunnel or the slide, quote unquote.
The tunnel goes under here this way.
Like the middle path to it, so we can enter part of the way rather than going through.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first hurdle, how am I going to get down there?
Climbing? Daya's gonna go under first and see if she's gonna sort of free climb down and see if there are any handholds or ropes or anything that she can use.
There are actually a pair of chains that wrap down and underneath to some very sharp-looking rocks. You could potentially jump from the bridge onto the chain, climb your way down, but then you then have to climb back up again.
Back up.
Mm.
Let Grizz do it, man. It's dangerous. You got those
No, you know
flimsy arms. You fall and you
You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some of the rope that I have, and tie it over this pole here, and tie a loop around the pole and hang the rope down, and sort of climb down the rope and see if I can kind of swing onto the underpassage from there.
Yeah. Okay. Give
Yeah.
me an acrobatics check.
That's a way to do it. Very nice, Sarah Jane.
Rather than this, ooh, that's bad. That's a natural one. I
God.
plummet to my
total.
death.
Oh no.
Still a 9. Still a 9.
Oh, Jesus. Oh shit! Right. When I say test hard, I didn't mean that part. But yeah. Okay. Let's just see what happens here. Okay. I don't know what I just rolled that for actually. So, why did I roll that? I wanted to roll a. Yeah, obviously you swing around and you overshoot it completely, and you fly off into the distance, some way down into the roiling waters here. It is far down as well. I'm not lying. You're gonna fall like 120 foot, which is
Whoa.
yep, it's a long ass way down. Uh, yeah. Do you have anything for that before you careen into the sharp
I
rocks?
do have slow fall. Is it slow fall or
Okay.
feather fall? Yeah, I have slow fall,
All right.
which I think just reduces the damage when I fall. Like it doesn't actually.
Yes. So
Yeah.
it's your monk level, isn't it?
It's a monk level. It's a monk thing.
No, I
What is
mean
it?
like
Slow fall. Use a reaction to reduce any falling damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level.
there it is.
So it doesn't. Yeah, I can't do much. It just reduces the damage.
All right.
Brace for impact.
Yep.
120 foot is literally 12d6. So
Oh,
you can
God.
yeah. But your 5 times your monk level is what's your monk level?
35. A monk
35.
level
So you
7, so
reduce
35.
that down to just a measly 5, 6 points of damage.
6 points damage.
Yep.
Okay.
So you do take a bit of a tumble and
Ah!
you land on one of the rocks. But yeah, that was a brutal swing and natural one.
Tanner, help her out! Are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay. I just slipped. It's all right. Don't do
You're
that,
alive?
Tanner,
guys.
pull her up! Chris,
Oh,
Chris,
yeah.
pull her up!
Rush over.
The
and
rope probably doesn't go
Try to-
120 feet. I think it's only a 50-foot rope.
Tie a few ropes together to get you
Yeah.
back.
God, by Odin's crows, how do you stay alive?
Odin's
I don't know.
what?
Oh, wow. That was amazing, by the way. You swang and you just went. You did like a triple somersault, flippy shit. It was amazing.
Yep, I give him a thumbs up. That's how we do.
Susie, can you fly down there and pull her back
I
up, or
I can get a rope to them, but I
all
don't
right?
think I
We have the grappling hook. That'd have been fine.
So you tie off some ropes together. How many ropes have you got?
My
I
one was
still-
50 feet. I think I only had one.
Oh, you've got one as well.
Dungeoneer's pack includes 50 feet of hempen rope.
Okay, so you've got at least 150, so that's
Yeah.
perfect. You tie them up. Suzuki grabs a hold of the end of the rope and brings it to you there, such that you can
Okay.
now pull yourself up. And yeah, you can try that again. In fact, actually, you climb up and you can see there is the archway. You could actually get to it from where you're climbing right now.
Okay.
Uh, Only thing is, as you get onto the archway, you see that the archway beyond that is another 10 foot. And you'd have
Oh,
to be
lordy.
jumping from archway to archway to get to the tunnel. And you're kind of in the middle one, we'll say, as you get hoisted back up.
So the arches aren't connected? Oh my
Nope.
god. Yeah.
It's a 10-foot jump.
10-foot jump. What is
We're
my
gonna
jump?
have to make some kind of a rope bridge or something. We can pass with.
Wait, what's my jump speed? Or my jump?
It is your
Well,
strength score in feet. So it's
strength
8.
score in feet. 8.
Yeah.
Okay. But I do have Step of the Wind. I can double it.
yes.
I'm gonna shut up. Does everyone have at least 10 feet of jump? Mechanically?
What?
What?
You'd
Looks.
have to
I'm
have
gonna
a
say
run.
there's at least like a pretty big jump. I would bet I guess about 10 feet between panels here.
I mean, if I got a running start, I guess I'd be able to. Maybe, yeah. It'll be close, Daya.
Wait, your strength score is your jumping distance in feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as long as you have a run up.
Okay, well, I can jump 20 feet.
Wait,
Wow. Wow. You have 20
let me check.
strength.
I have 20 in my strength, yeah.
Oh my
How
god.
the fuck?
Let me just check jumping over. Jumping, diving,
What's your charisma?
jumping.
Huh?
What's your charisma?
That's my dump stat.
Okay, long
No,
jump.
I'm
When you
joking.
take a long jump, you cover a
What
number
kind of paladin?
16.
God damn.
When you make a standing long jump, you can only half that distance. So if you're just standing still, perfectly still,
Hmm.
then yeah, 10 foot. So you do,
Yeah, I would need a good run, Daya, to really jump that far.
It's okay, I can throw you across.
I don't want to be thrown across, Tanner.
My throwing speed is 30 feet.
I do have those what do you call them? The like the not what do you call them? The pitons that I took from the drow camp, which I can use as climbing aids.
yes,
So like
Yeah,
in
climbing
theory, I
pitons.
could. How many of those do I have?
you could hammer them into the ceiling and climb across.
I could hammer them into the ceiling,
I
attach
got
ropes to them to kind of make a monkey bars type thing.
Yep.
I got
Correct.
10 of them for you, Daya, if you need.
I will take those.
I will give her my 10
check.
pittance from my Dungeoneers pack here that
Sure.
I never use.
And if you're going to hammer them onto the underside, that'll
Mhm.
work just fine. And you can actually climb across, like you said, handlebars and get
Okay.
to the other side.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do then.
Yep. No problem.
Rather than wasting a key and in case anybody else doesn't have jumps.
Just want to
All right.
quickly ask, but we do have the staff that makes walls, right?
Hey, yeah,
We
We
it
could
do.
goes.
effectively make stairs coming out of the wall going down.
Mm.
Eh,
Is there a
not
limit to how
not
many
the
times we
worst
can use
idea.
that per day, though?
I've had, well,
10,000.
it's pretty charged.
I rolled a 3 and I used 3 charges when we had the long rest, so I'm at 10 to 10, Sarah Jane.
Okay.
Most of you are pretty much.
So let me clarify. We're trying to get underneath this central dais,
Mm-hmm.
so I could make like a 10-foot drop, a stone wall come out 10 feet underneath. We just jump
Right.
down
Just
to
jump
it,
down.
and then use the pittance to clear the final gap, and then we can be underneath
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Then I
Yeah,
will
we
do
could
that.
do that.
I will have a piece. I don't know.
I'm not sure with the magic in here. Using some kind of magic like that might trigger. You know, if we mess with this place, it looks kind of ritualistic, kind of secret. Be a bad idea.
Yeah, it could be. Plus, there is that magic turny offy button. We don't want to trigger that.
I feel like
Um,
any kind of altering of the environment might cause us some severe issues. Evocation's a very scary thing.
Yep.
You see what I can do, right? I would be known as an
Okay.
evoker. That would be the title the Arcanist would use to describe me.
No, it's cool. I got rope. I have pittance. I have my own Dungeoneers pack. Plus, I have the ones that I took from the Drow camp. So I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
carefully hammer in a bunch of these things into the wall. Secure ropes to them so that there's always a handhold, and some on the foot level so that people can step on them, and I'm gonna make a very clear and easy path underneath.
We have the adamantine hook as well. That could be used as a stable way for us to climb down.
All right. So
Yeah, I don't want to lose that though.
over the
Well,
course
might
of the
have
next
to.
over the course of the next 10 minutes, we'll say that you've set up this poly system. So it's a series of ropes and pittons that have gone from the side of the wall underneath and into the archway tunnel.
Mhm.
and people only need to sort of tie themselves to the rope, make sure that they don't fall, and then they
Yeah.
can easily climb across and make it. Any people who are not
Yeah.
going to be able to do this is Kane.
Okay.
Chris?
Just a thing to bear in mind.
Well, Chris,
Can
if you,
Suzuki transform and carry Kane down?
Transform?
Yeah.
Who? What? Sasuze?
Suzuki into
Yeah.
their coatl form.
She
Just
is.
sort of.
That's. Mm.
Hmm.
Normally, she can't really lift much, but because she's actually only a medium-sized creature when she's
Oh, okay.
flying like that,
I
and a
thought she
wolf
was
is
huge.
like.
Her
This is a
mate
big.
was huge.
Oh yeah, sorry, my God, what am I talking about? Yeah, her other token was pretty big, wasn't it? Oh, you know what? Sure, we'll say that works.
Yay.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
That saves
Yeah.
me 3 points.
So in the end, you guys have all gathered up. You can come to the edge of the shaft, and down below, Nissa can see that there does appear to be an end in water, and that is totally up to you. Who goes in first, or what? Only Nissa can see the water from here.
How's Kane
Quite
acting?
far
Like, he
down.
must be freaking out.
Who?
Kane, is
Oh,
he, like,
Kane.
staying
Kane is indeed
composed? Or...
growling the entire time, and now he's in the
Yeah.
tunnel. He looks down and is snarling at the bottom.
Chris, I don't know if he can go in there.
Well, he's good at hunting aberrations. I thought that's why we brought him.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
it's,
he's growling, but is it
He's
aggressive
not
or
allergic.
scared? He's
He
not.
hates him. He's gonna go
Yeah.
kill him, isn't he?
He's gonna hunt him. That's
Right.
what I mean. Yeah.
okay.
He's a hunter.
Sure. Okay. Dogs in water. I
You
don't
can
know.
probably
Okay.
paddle, right, Kane?
Dogs can swim.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Nissa, how does
who's
this
in
work with this
first?
mandrake?
Oh yeah, mandrakes, please.
Yeah, so I hand out them everyone a couple of mandrake roots, and from what I understand, basically they contain a lot of like air. So like
Mm-hmm.
my guess is you can bite into them, and sort of the air will go in like a rebreather.
Right.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the exact functionality because I've never considered using a mandrake root for that. But I remember that being something that was discussed.
It was, yeah. They were like large stacks on top of each other, kind of compressed fungus that has a lot of air inside. And when you kind of push it, it's almost like pushing like a vacuum bag together. So if you want to use those, they will allow you to breathe for. How many do you get? How many do you have, Nissa?
21.
Cool. You have 21 minutes of breathable air.
Yeah. Okay, so they're each a minute. Nissa's obviously got the best swim speed. Well, actually, to be honest, Nissa has a swim speed, but it's 15 feet. And if I remember rightly, it isn't just swimming like half your walk speed if you don't have a swim speed.
Mm.
So essentially, I'll be moving as fast as everyone. I can just fight better.
Couple of rules. Obviously, we're using underwater combat rules. If you go in there, and secondly, you can't really talk. If you're talking, you're not breathing. You're not holding your breath. So you can't communicate unless you're using the message spell. And lastly, if you get hit whilst underwater, you can make a Constitution save. If you fail, you will lose half your air, rounded up. And if you are running out of air, which by the way is Constitution in +1, I believe. Check.
Minutes, yeah.
I think it's 1 plus your Constitution. And if you run out of air, you then go to suffocating, which then gives you a number of rounds equal to your con mod. And after that, then you are dead, basically you're on 0. And then it's death. So that's it. That's all I was going to say. All right. So Grid says, who's in first? Who's going down the super happy fudge line?
Daya's gonna go
Valhalla.
first. It's gotta be Daya.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Gathering.
What are we trying to accomplish here? Let's just
Is it actually is
make
it an actual
clear
slide?
here what we're trying
Like
to
at a
do.
water park where she could slow herself by putting her hands and feet on the edges?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
That's what she's gonna do.
All right. Nice. Okay then. In we go to. Where is it? Ah, yes. Found it. Activate. We need to quickly.
Ebon
reset.
Lake. Ooh. Ominous.
Indeed.
Fog of War exploration progress was reset. Scene.
Yeah, just
Jeez,
did that
we
to make
can't
sure
see a
there's no.
damn thing.
Oh
That's
boy.
good. I'm gonna drag your tokens on now. Just making sure it was nothing that you could see.
Still
All right.
loading. There we go.
Okay.
Don't see. I'm completely black. Can't see nothing.
Give it a moment.
The darkness.
All
Whoa.
right.
Ooh, a little bubble.
All right. Die.
Oh,
you
I like the wave effect. That's so cool.
We are in underwater territory now. Sorry. You're immediately soaked as you land at the very bottom. It's not a massive splash because you've settled your way in. But as you do come down that last part, you kind of fall from the ceiling and down.
Mhm.
And yeah, you're completely submerged. And you can see a tunnel going on beyond. It does look like a natural cave at first. And Suze kind of gestures as she lands, gestures down the tunnel further on. And
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until I can see at least one person is behind me, so that they know where I'm going, and I'm gonna head down that direction.
Okay.
Sploosh.
Ember, you enter her next, and immediately the horrible sensation of water surrounds you, stifling your flame. It is the worst element to be in for you.
How
Next
does
to Earth,
Tuesday
maybe.
seem to be handling it?
Suze is actually okay. Her being a winter Eladrin,
Yeah.
she has kind of got control over water and ice, so she makes it look like a natural. Although the heavy fur seems to be kind of weighing her down a little bit. I
Okay.
think she's going to transform into a coatl form, maybe. Actually, no, she'll stick like this for now. You can cast spells better like this. But she doesn't seem to be too bothered. In fact, you feel a cold chill to the water as she passes through. Grizz splashes down and immediately starts doggy paddling with Kane. And Nissa, oh god, it's awful. Your wings stick together immediately. You can't
Yeah.
fly. Yeah.
Fortunately, I have a swim speed, so I'm actually not too bad in the water.
Hmm.
Let me guess,
So
Tanner's
maybe-
just walking along the bottom.
In a diving suit.
He's
Yeah.
he's so heavy.
I feel like one of the big daddies from Bioshock.
Boom, boom. Yep, walking across the bottom. All right, but yeah, nonetheless,
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
is in.
I'll be out
And
next. So.
so
Okay,
starting
you
from
are.
here, we're going to be actually measuring distance. Everything is
Okay.
difficult terrain. Okay, so
Yep.
if you're moving, you're going 30 foot effectively. So we're going to just measure this out. You've already gone 2 rounds effectively, which
Okay.
is wait, yeah, no,
So
2
if
rounds.
is it half speed?
It is.
Okay. So she'd be going 20 feet, 25 feet per round.
Right. But you can dash.
Okay.
can't
But
you?
I can dash. Yeah, yeah.
Which are kind of counted for right then. So
Okay. So then,
just
yeah,
into this
then
point
50 feet per
already
round.
If I'm
is
dashing.
12 seconds.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
All right. You don't have to worry
We
about
have
that.
we have
I'm trying to
20,
hit
21
Tanner.
minutes, right? Not
I'm
21
trying to hit
seconds.
Tanner and point at this eyeball.
Yeah, that's 21 minutes shared amongst us.
Oh, there is an
Oh.
eyeball. Good
Like
eye.
I'm trying to like push
What
Tanner and
eyeball?
get his attention and pointing at this eye.
What
Oh my
eyeball?
God.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'll,
did
yeah.
not see.
I'll,
It looks,
Oh,
and
geez.
see, it looks to be a bit of crumbled ruin at first, or maybe it's rock fallen down in place. But there is an uncanny resemblance to an eye that seems to be just staring up.
But it's a statue? Rather, if it's
It's like engraved into the rock. You
okay.
just Ember gestures to it, and everyone notices it as they.
Gesture to my eyes.
That's spooky.
Waving.
I
Gross.
poke it. Not try.
And as you come around the corner, you do see that there is a small crack in the ground where there's a number of bubbles that seem to be erupting.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Can I at all, like, try to...
Okay. So the purpose of these, they will allow you to recover up to half of your air,
Oh, that's nuts.
Me once.
but not
How?
beyond that. Does that make sense?
So I have 2
No.
minutes of...
If
I
you're
have
below half, you can go to half of your air.
All right, so I got 2 minutes here then after this. All right.
Oh god, you only have 2 minutes? I have
Have I-
16 minutes of air.
Only allows you 16
I have a
minutes.
constitution of 16.
Yeah, I
So I
have.
have 4 minutes of
You have
air.
3 minutes of air.
Yeah, how do you get
Right,
16?
okay.
Your con
It's
mod.
based on your
Right.
mod.
Okay,
So
you just said
I'm-
your constitution, not constitution.
Oh, the
which is
mod,
what I was
like
confused.
+3,
Con mod.
right? So I have a +3, Tanner, because I have 16 con. +1, because it's 1 plus your con mod.
Yeah.
And then
So-
it's half, because this only gives me half of my air back. So I have 2
It's
minutes of
half.
air after sucking these bubbles.
It doesn't give you half your air back. Let me describe it again. If you're below half, it will get you to half, but no more
Yeah,
than that.
All right, so I still
Oh,
got about...
okay.
We've had, what, like 20 seconds here to get this far?
Yeah.
If you've got negative con, how long do you last underwater?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay, so
It's minimum of 1.
because that's what Nissa has.
Oh, buddy, you're gonna be choking them fucking roots a lot.
Yeah, but I do have a question. I don't know how exactly this works. Is there a way to refill the mandrake roots from this? I can't
Um,
think how that would work off the top of my head, but
I'm gonna say no on that occasion. 'Cause with your mouth, you're able to like suck it in, but with the mandrake root, you're kind of you need to take them up and out of water if they get filled with water, right?
yeah.
So as you suck in the air and then pull it away from your mouth, it kind of inflates with water, so you wouldn't be able to reuse it unless you got to top side and filled it back up. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
That's 16.
16 seconds.
That's 18 seconds.
18 seconds, cool.
Yeah.
I've still got.
Okay.
So I see.
You do see,
Okay.
and you come
You see
around,
the door.
find there is a massive set of doors. This is the one that Suze clearly gestured towards. And it has got the appearance of. I see. It's got the appearance of this kind of 6 tentacled being, and it's got an eye, central eye, much like the one you just saw on that rock earlier. And the last feature you see is the door itself is not just a square shape. It seems to be shaped in that of a chalice. So, kind of draw it out.
What,
Kinda
the
like-
keyhole?
No, the whole door itself.
Oh, okay, okay.
The whole door is Chalice.
Oh crap! Yeah. So here we go. It is a square door, right? But it's kind of like this, and then the being is kind of like it's depicted there with the tentacles. You get the idea.
It looks like a potato, man.
Is there
okay.
anything that looks like a button that was in that first platform? Anything that we can push?
No,
A
that
keyhole?
Oh, a keyhole.
Yeah.
There actually, if you inspect it closer, without need of a roll, you can actually see there is a hole where the pupil is in the eye.
Okay.
I'm going to gesture to Grizz and just to come over.
All right, zoom's over.
And I'm going to dig into my bag, and from my explorer's pack, I pull out a crowbar.
I'm gonna cast message point in this and say, haha, I can talk, you can't.
Uh,
I'm gonna hold up my my thieves tools and just show him and like just so like this is an option as well if we need it.
I nod.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, but go
Just
for the
in case.
crowbar first. That's totally fine with me.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna
Alright,
gesture
Tanner
to
and Grizz.
Grizz to come over.
Grizz is
To
up
assist
for
me.
it. He's grabbed a hold of the crowbar with you.
Yeah, I
All
jam
hands
it
on
into
the
the
job.
door.
Alright, give me. Oh, is he doing it with you?
What's Grizz's strength?
6
+6.
with athletics. Yeah.
Oh, athletics. I'll do it. He can assist me.
Crowbar should give you advantage on the roll.
Yep, you have advantage anyway, yeah. So
yeah.
go ahead, roll with the advantage.
Oh, thank God
It
for
could be
advantage.
Oh, that's
25.
good. Yeah. Flipping
Yoo-hoo.
out. 5, geez. Alright, Tanner, you hear something crack in the lock, and you have seriously just busted open a massive, huge door. Grizz has to push with all of his strength to get the actual door open, and I'm going to say that's going to cost you some air as well. So, what was that? 18, 24. You've done, yeah, half a minute, I think.
Half a
While they're
minute.
sorry,
Okay, that's fine.
Chris, while they're doing this, I want to have a look at down this other passage and just see what I thought I saw the entrance to a cave, but maybe it's just a shadow. Okay.
Actually, as it happens, you talking about this?
Yeah, I thought it looked like a cave. Because it looked very dark, but
It
I don't want to go too far because I don't just.
it absolutely is. You can see it goes down and deeper.
Mhm.
It
Okay.
actually it does look like it goes down and then it stops and levels out, but then you can't see from beyond that angle.
Yeah. Okay.
It absolutely goes down and under.
Oh, I wonder
Okay.
what's down
Just
there.
I don't know, but I don't have the air to go check it out.
Magic
So,
items.
Okay.
That's definitely like the void of void for sure. Do.
Alrighty, everyone, you see that the tomb or whatever ruin has been revealed is a mosaic of again this creature that I've been describing a few times now. But this
Mhm.
one is much more detailed. It's not as rough. It's not as vague. This is a clear depiction of some sort of underwater aquatic creature. There is 4 chalices that they're designed like basins, but they're clearly like a chalice that's like built out of the wall.
Mhm. Are
And
they all identical?
they are, and from here you can also see there is engraving in Undercommon and in Elvish as well.
Ooh.
What
What does it say in Elvish?
You kind of need to you can only see like half of it
Oh,
unless you go all the way in. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna go in.
If it's gonna
Oops,
go
where
in
am
if
I?
they can speak undercommon.
After you've read this will be 36 seconds. I'm gonna keep it counted here. It says 6 cast-offs must be made void, lest the void empty your spirit of its breath.
Be made void, lest the
What's there 6 of?
And it
6
has 6
tentacle
tentacles.
faces, yeah.
Boil water? So you have to like
What's this? Is that How's this
Yeah,
that?
so that looks like it was once a vase holding some sort of plant. Now, the plant has been replaced with some sort of aquatic seaweed or coral, rather. It's actually some stuff you saw out earlier, but it's actually overtaken the plant pot. So where there would have been like some nice nutrients or soil in there, it's using that. And yeah, you can see that this is in a different language. So one is in Undercommon, one's in Elvish, and it's even in Common as well. And one of the other chalices, they all say the same thing,
Mhm.
And again, the second door beyond this chamber is again built to designed like a massive chalice.
I'll hold up the crowbar and point to the door and just shrug.
Mm.
I'm gonna nod at him.
Oh, as you approach the door, Tanner, you read
Yeah.
something in Elvish inscribed above it. In fact, it looks like it's built to be an engraving on the chalice itself, so it slightly kind of curves, and it reads, "Empty your pride."
Empty your pride.
Hmm.
Dear pride.
I'll point to the chalice to everyone.
And at this point, 6 seconds.
Empty your
Six
pride.
cast-offs must be made void.
Empty your pride. Tana has
Daya
an
is
eye
gonna.
out. Oh,
She's
go on.
she's gonna take one of the one of her golden ribbons, which has got like the most
Here we
elaborate
go.
one, which has
Mm.
got like it's got little jewels and it's got engravings and ribbons and all kinds of embroidery, and it's one of the fanciest ones. And she's gonna point to the word cast off, and point to the word pride, and hold the ribbon and throw it in one of the chalices.
Okay.
Oof.
Keen senses.
Ooh.
That's me. Keen
Oof.
senses. Fuck me. Okay. Okay. You cast off a ribbon into the basin, and it sort of waves there for a moment before gravity does bring it down slowly into the basin of the chalice. Nothing seems to happen.
So she shrugs.
Tana will kind of like he'll hold up a finger and will go into his bag and pull out a holy symbol of Raziel
Okay.
and will place it into the second chalice.
Interesting. Okay. Nothing seems to happen. That's 42 seconds. Let's say. Fuck me. What the fuck?
Okay. Daya is again gonna
Huh?
take.
Excuse me. Must have sneezed. 42. Meaning of life.
Um, for lack of anything else to do, Daya is going to take something else. She's going to take the necklace of bones that she took from Goblin Zaga as a symbol of her triumph, and put it in one of the other chalices. So that's 3.
Okay.
And she's going to take the set of bone knuckle dusters that she took from one of the Fomorians and put it in the 4th one.
Wow, he got so many trophies. Crazy. Uh,
She's taking the lead on this because it's
yeah,
her thing.
yeah, that's crazy. All right.
In the chalice at the door that they just came in, she's going to put her flute. And at the door that they're wanting to get through now, she's going to take the scroll of pedigree, which shows her lineage, and she's going to put it in there as well.
Wow.
And she's
Okay,
going to knock on that.
as soon as you place this last one, the door here slams shut,
Ooh.
and
Okay.
you realize at that point that's 42 seconds. Hannah, you go over to this door, and you see it begins to give way.
Yes.
Mm.
And although there doesn't seem to be any noticeable visual thing that like noticed you did this, there must have been something that detected the fact that you put these in here.
Oh, point back at Suzize and say, "Let's go! Let's go!" With a message.
Okay. And she replies, "I get the feeling we're being watched. Something must have seen us do that."
Of course, we're being watched. Oof, more doors. Yay.
But
Okay.
Kane's senses down here, whilst underwater, are completely like stuffed up. It seems. So into this chamber, there is a plunge pool. Like it goes down deeper, and you can see there's another door on the other side there. Again, this one seems to depict a chalice, another tentacled like creature, wrapping 6 appendages around it. Okay.
Any writing?
Oh, this door's open.
No, there is not. Let me just change something real quick. Just testing something. Okay, we're good. All right.
This
Yes,
door.
Tanner, there is
Uh,
6 stone doors,
You can
and you
click
are
the
able to
door.
heave them open. They're not locked. So as you push, you heave them open. They reveal 2 passages to the east and west. No more inscriptions or anything yet.
Gotcha. I'll kind of wave over and just gesture a door.
She's gonna wave back and point to the same door on this side. Okay.
That's going to be. What are you?
I'll point at Daya and I'll say, "Daya, which way?"
Daya's gonna go into the plunge pool and
Mhm.
swim deeper.
Okay, yeah, there seems to be like an arrow on the floor that signifies the door in front of you. Once
Yep.
again, even more detailed, 6 tentacled creature wrapping its appendages around a chalice.
Okay.
Cool.
Is there any? There's no writing anywhere at all.
Not on this one, no.
She's gonna push on the door.
Okay, let me check something here.
I will message
Yeah, it is
Tanner.
heavy as heck, but it doesn't feel like it's got a lock or any kind of mechanism stopping you. It is just incredibly heavy since this place is flooded.
Okay.
Do I see Dyer struggling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll plunge in.
Okay. You can both roll strength checks, or one of you with advantage.
Would you like me to?
Please do.
Athletics, you mean, yeah?
Mhm.
Gotcha. I don't know why it's not letting me not roll with advantage.
Oh, hold
Okay.
shift.
Yeah,
Yeah,
26.
That will do it. 26. You both heave the door open and reveal this plunge pool continues on, and there is 2. What are they called? Platforms up ahead that are accessible by ladders. And yeah, you can see some bubbles rising up from a crack in the
Oh,
stonework.
perfect. I'll wave and I'll gesture to my throat. Yeah, I'll climb up.
Climb up.
I'll message Grizz and Suzuze, "Let's go!"
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and-
they're catching up.
So I have 2 minutes.
So I've gone from 6 seconds back up to 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry, no, 1 minute 30.
Yeah, whatever your half is, you go back up to that. So yes, James is correct. If you have a minute of breath, you go back up to 30.
Where's
And
the
just in the nick of time as well, Nessa,
bubbles?
you had one more round before you started suffocating.
There's bubbles?
Yeah, up here, up here.
Oh, I'm
Sorry, I
gonna
was
suck some
on-
bubbles. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make it a bit more clearer. That'll help.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you are breathing in these bubbles, taking it in turns to like put your face against the crack there and then get some air. Daya, there is another door there, and this one doesn't look as heavy as the others. You can click the door and try to open it there.
I am gonna click the door and try and open it.
Yeah. Click the. There you go. Derek's helped you. Okay.
Ooh, that looks
Inside is a
interesting.
very large mechanism. It looks like it's got a valve on the bottom and it attaches to the floor as well.
Do I hear pump?
Do we have to drain this
Uh,
place?
Just gonna quickly
Maybe.
check here.
6
there
vessels.
any-
So drain
Okay.
six.
Tanner, there is
Interesting.
something written in Dwarvish on the ground. It is carved into the stone.
Good thing I know Dwarvish.
It says, I'm going to whisper it to you, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse. I can't. It's like, this place be cursed.
Oops, I.
Abandon all hope.
Where the fuck did my.
I didn't say that.
I meant to say that.
There's a door up here too, eh? I'm not actually
There
moving.
is.
This is just the only way I can see stuff.
Yeah, there is a massive set of doors. These ones look very reinforced. I'm going to say that you can see like there's iron rivets and metal bars that go across. It looks like it's built to hold a dam.
Interesting.
Like the type of thing that a one of these mechanical wheelies would need to open.
Potentially. In fact, if you want to figure out what that does operate and open, you can roll an investigation check.
I would like to do that. I would like to see what it's attached to. Yeah.
Okay. Natural 20.
Oh,
What?
let's
What?
go.
Working out the ins and outs of this crazy mechanism. The first thing you notice is that it's attached to the ground, and as you came up that ladder earlier, you saw that there was a similar sort of mechanisms and gears and cogs on the wall. And looking down, you realize that that floor right here is actually some sort of giant like iris, and it can open up when that thing is cranked, and you can see all the gears and mechanisms to do that. Unfortunately, there is something missing from this valve, and it is the central gear, which would effectively, when you turn this, at the moment you're just turning it, you wouldn't do anything, but you need a secondary like gear that places on top. You can tell that
Okay.
that little ring there is probably what signifies it.
Yeah.
Like there's a
There's a
groove for
piece
something
missing.
to be placed on top. Yeah, you can even see like maybe where it would have been oiled and placed. So something needs to go on this valve to make it work.
Is there anything in the room that I can see?
No, there's 4 pillars, but that's just looking like support functions for it. But yeah, you're looking for
Okay.
something roughly 5 foot in diameter and has a central kind of gear, what's it called, like a gear screw goes down.
Okay. She's gonna swim across to the other door.
Like a spinning top. That's the
Yeah.
kind of shape you're looking for.
And she's gonna look on the other side. And there's nothing in the other door.
Nope, doesn't
in
seem
the
like
other
there's any sign of a gear in here.
She's gonna point to like get the other's attention, point to the other room, and mimic turning a large wheel, like turning the wheel of a ship type of thing, like, or a, and gesture to the floor and then gesture to the door again. Is this okay? The thing that we need to attach the mechanism, is it the type of thing that we could jury rig with a couple of crowbars or some rope, like with the stuff that we have with us?
I'm going to say with a natural 20, you work out this is much too intricate of a mechanism to be able to just do jury rig. It's a giant screw that's about like 5 inches in diameter.
Okay.
Okay,
So we absolutely need to find it.
So Tanner will point back to the previous room.
Maybe it's in the cave.
Yeah, that I'm thinking it's either in this room down here.
Also, with the natural 20, you work out that is most likely some sort of floodgate, and it's a controller for this massive iris on the floor here, which will probably open it up, and the water would just drain out.
That's my thinking, and that's
So
whether or not whether or not she knows, but like she's definitely thinking we turn that thing, we get air. We just need to figure out how the thing is. All right.
So
Do we have time to swim back through the other doors?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Everyone's recovered up to half their air with this.
Yeah, I'm gonna restock my air before going back through.
Okay.
Exactly. I was
Starting
going to
now.
suck some air and follow Tanner.
Alrighty.
Just keep track on time for me, please.
Yep, 6 seconds from that.
So I've got 6 rounds basically
So I'll
before I
climb
need
up.
to start second Mandrake.
And I'll point over to. Oh, sorry. I'll point over to that door.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So I was gonna go through.
There's a door to the south and a door to the east. And
Uh,
the door looks actually barred, but it's barred from this side.
interesting.
Can this remove the bars to open
Yes.
this door?
Yep, you can.
Oh no!
And
Why would you do that?
the heavy wooden bars are pulled away.
Let's see what's. Okay, so that just looks like it's another tunnel.
And this door you can open. It does seem to have some sort of depiction of a person kneeling in a kind of meditative pose. Their eyes are shut. Their hands are like down by their side, kind of open palmed, relaxed.
Chris, just through all this, other than plant life, there's no signs of any kind of I haven't noticed any like thing lying around or no. It looks like there's
Signs
this.
as well. Roll me a perception check, Ember, and we'll see what you get in terms of signs of life.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So initially, you'd think there got to be some relic maybe lying here that would have been an indication of who belonged here, but there is no traces of footprints or man-made tools, or even drow-made tools for that matter, that exist here. It's almost like this place was built and then everyone up and left.
Okay.
And the distinct lack of like footprints on the tiles, I mean, they could have been washed away.
Well, yeah, I'm not expecting footprints, but I was expecting like some kind of signs of life, whether like discarded torches or discarded clothing or anything like that. But yeah, there's nothing.
Nope, no discarded clothing, no torches. It's kind of eerily like a ghost town. I guess best way to describe it is like when you go into like a new apartment and it's not been furnished or anything. It's
Got it.
kind of like that, but it's an old apartment that's been stripped out. More like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it look like? Are we able to tell if it looks like it was built for to be underwater, or if it was built to be like with regular gravity and air? Like all the doors are fixed to the bottom rather than just kind of floating wherever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
The doors are on the bottom. Yes, it looks like it was built for
walking
land
in.
dwellers. Yes,
Yeah.
but it will also be key to mention that there is a floodgate, and so they would anticipate some flooding at the very least. So it was at least built to withstand being underwater, but ideally not all the time.
Does it look like we're in the year 3000?
No, but here's some more lyrics for you. On these chalices, again in common, elvish, undercommon, it is in similar to the other one. This one says, "Empty your pain."
Ooh.
Fuck! I should have saved the holy symbol for this one. I mean, I've probably got plenty of spares.
What do I have? What do I have? Goodness.
Healing potion empties pain, right? It restores. Go over to it and chug a healing potion. Dump a healing potion into it.
No!
Okay. No.
What are you doing? I see Ember reaching for the healing potion.
I don't have any. I don't have any.
Oh, you
Daya's
don't.
got them all. Yeah.
I'm not giving up a healing potion.
As you come into this chamber and you are looking around, and the chalices built out of the wall, you look inside. Some of them, it looks like like a bit of foliage has grown, some strange coral. In others, there looks to be the remains of used bloody bandages, and one even has an empty vial in it.
Okay, see there, that's the kind of thing I was. All right,
God damn it.
and an
Okay.
empty vial. Old Amber might be onto something here, gentlemen and lady.
The vial itself, um, does it look like something that a healing potion would normally be stored in?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it doesn't look like it could be like a poison, for example, instead somehow or
No,
something like that.
it's about the right size and capacity for a healing potion.
Does anybody point out the bubbles from the next room, by the way?
I didn't
Oh.
see any
What
bubbles.
bubbles?
Oh, sorry.
Did we,
I'm assuming that because this is
did we see bubbles?
I didn't
open.
get far enough down to
These?
look at that.
Yeah, sorry. I was just assuming
Oh.
somebody went down there.
I didn't go that far, I don't think.
I went down and sort of saw that it looked like it was an outside way, so I thought maybe this is just another entrance to this temple area.
That was what I was thinking too. Like the
Same here,
when
since
we
it was
first
barred on this side.
We'll
Yeah.
also
Okay.
point out that the vial is corked.
It's corked. Okay.
Yeah, it is empty but corked.
Okay,
I
Daya
do
is
have-
going to take the silver knife and cut into her arm
Why does everyone have the same
And-
ideas as me?
and mop
So
up the
quick.
blood with one of her scarves and sort of soak the blood into one of her scarves and then put that in one of the chalices and weigh it down with a rock.
Hmm.
Yeah, Tanner will do the same, but we'll slice it into his hand.
Okay. Both of you can take a point of damage.
Yay.
And as you do these actions, you wait for something to change or happen, perhaps. Nothing really occurs.
I place my
Okay.
hand in.
Nothing happens.
This is going to sort of think for a moment and then point to the empty bottle and then just try to make gestures reminiscent of the mimic to remind them that the bottles there were empty. So maybe we can put empty bottles in here and that will work. But just trying to do this with sign language.
Empty your pain. Hmm.
I'm kind of
But
curious.
Ember already put no, Ember, the vial that you of healing potion that you put in.
I didn't put
Was it
anything
full
in.
or
I
empty?
didn't
Oh,
do
you don't
anything.
have any.
Ember didn't do nothing. Just Derek saying that I bet we have to drink a healing potion, and then leave the vial in there, and that's like emptying your pain. You're healing yourself. Or if
Oh,
someone
okay.
can cast a healing spell.
Can we
But-
drink
But
underwater?
but it has to be attributed. So I imagine an empty healing potion bottle would need to be placed in the chalice or the receptacle.
I could
Do
try.
have one of those.
That's Derek theorizing. I don't know what the answer.
Cameron and Tanner has a theory. However, I'm gonna either need to share the breath of somebody, or somebody's gonna need to rush me to one of the air bubbles.
We'll take a mandrake route. We got 21 of them.
Oh, that works. How does the mandrake work? First of
It's
all,
basically a minute's worth of air.
okay. So I'm gonna gesture to. Sorry, let me just take away that time. I'm just going to gesture to my lungs, and gesture out to Nissa, like give. James.
Yeah, I pass you one of the mandrake roots.
Cool.
And that's what you wanted. And
And
then I'm going to start dashing back towards the air. because
Sure.
Okay.
I'm going to grab a mandrake root for myself because otherwise I'm not going to get there in time.
Yeah.
Tanner.
36.
Which means
There's the other one down here. There's the other one down here, which is closer.
Yes, you would need to pop. You would need to pop one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't get to either of them in time because I only had 30 seconds of air.
Mhm.
So I'm just
Okay.
gonna pop it, wait for it to almost be run out, and then fill myself up before going back. So Nissa isn't with you for a little bit.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So, Tanner's going to lean over one of the basins, and we'll just place both hands on either side, and we'll just exhale his full amount of breath.
Okay. You're exhaling breath into the chalice.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Nothing really seems to happen.
Waiting for it.
Seems important.
You wait, and the more breath you give out, nothing really seems to happen here.
And then the pain kicks in.
And then you begin to suffocate. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you've got rounds, and you will start to. You can feel it's the most horrible feeling ever, and every part of your body is urging you to do it, and even reflexively wants to reach out for your
I start shaking Tanner. Eat
Mm-hmm.
fucking root.
mandrake pouch. It's incredibly hard to drown yourself without actual assistance. Not I would know, but your body literally overrides your
Yeah.
mind and says,
No, of
"Nope."
course, of course.
So at this point, I would like you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's wisdom, but
Plus 3? 3.
okay. So you resist the urge to reach out for the mandrake root, and you begin to drown. If you don't, in the next round, if you don't breathe in, you will go to 0 hit points.
And I literally wait for the last second, and I'll bite and regain my health.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question.
All the while,
Well,
nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I'm telling you, you guys are overthinking this. We just have to take a fucking healing potion, put the vial in the thing, boom.
But
Bob's
we
your
don't.
own
I don't have a healing potion. Who has
got
a
I
healing
do.
potion? Okay, let's just go for it.
Before we use a healing potion, would it be possible to cast a verbal component spell under the water?
It will cost half your breath.
Okay, so Nissa using another mandrake root, bringing them down to 19, will go back to the group.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming I can actually get.
Oh, Nissa, hold on. I just want to do this real quick because you are separated from the rest of the group. So I'm just gonna leave you there for a second, and hold on a minute. Just check. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, this happens. Roll a perception check for me.
Okay, I'm actually pretty good at those normally, so let's see how my perception is.
What the fuck?
Let's see.
Still a 15. It's not
Oh
bad.
crap! Don't want to feel that.
I mean, that was pretty fucking hard to miss.
I missed that.
What happened? I didn't see nothing.
Okay.
Something made an appearance in the chat. I didn't see what happened on the screen, but
I saw it in the chat, but I didn't see it on
I saw it on the screen. How the
I
heck?
think Cam was the only one who saw it. So yeah, Nissa, you didn't see anything.
oh Christ. Oh, okay.
Uh,
We're fine.
Nissa's going.
Yeah, go ahead. Go on.
Yeah, Nissa's going to try to head back to the party. Using a mandrake root, which with the one I gave to Thingy and the one that I used to get there initially brings us down to 18 left. So I'm going to keep track of that on my sheet. and then because we think it needs to use healing, that seems to be the sort of thing we're considering. Like, because we tried damage and like representing blood, so seemingly I am going to before you use a healing potion, I am going to take a deep breath, and then I'm going to cast Goodberry.
Okay.
Bringing me down to 15 seconds, which I'll then, and then I'm going to place a Goodberry in each of the things.
Nothing happens.
Because they're technically healing.
They are.
So.
Empty your pain, but empty your pain. Like I don't.
Pain.
The other one, okay. So the other one that said empty your pride, we had to give up things that we were prideful of. Empty your pain means giving up painful things. Then it's not healing. It's pain. So Daya is going to first leave a signet ring in one of them, the signet ring of her family, which has caused her a lot of pain. And she's going to leave, she has a set of fine clothes.
Okay.
And she's going to leave the the set of shoes that she has, which are very elegant but very painful to walk in the other. Literally leaving things that cause her pain. Oops.
Okay. Once again, I'm afraid nothing really.
Crap.
Right.
I put Ember in one of the
She's gonna
basins.
retrieve the signet ring.
I'm going to try one last thing. Nissa is going to prick themselves for 1 point of damage. And they are going to put their hand in and then eat the good berry that they placed in there.
Okay.
It's in there.
You hear a rumbling in the distance.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yeah, I think literally the bandage was basically them bandaging themselves to heal, to like bandage a wound rather than a symbol that a wound was in there, and the potion was them healing with that.
Okay.
I will remind Chris.
Yeah.
Remember that my good berries are somewhat good berries.
Oh. They have that, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, give me a D100.
Yeah, which is why I didn't want to, but at the same time I don't want to waste a healing potion.
Yeah. Okay, what? 70.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. The healing in this place seems to be amplified, such that the magic in this area wants you to be as healthy as possible, to empty all your pain, rid yourself of all your wounds. For the next hour, whenever you start your turn with fewer than half your hit points, you regain 1d6 hit points.
Is that just me or is that the whole group?
That is just you.
Okay. For the next how long, sorry?
Hour.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Now I wonder if that would bring me back from consciousness. I don't know for certain.
That literally could not be more fitting for what this chamber is supposed to be telling you. And I will tell you that that is the sensation. It is the magic calling to you, telling you, you must be without pain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did
Seeing
that.
Yeah.
Do we feel we need to do that for the other?
Daya's gonna do the other one, seeing how that reacts. So she's gonna take the bloody bandage that she'd put in the chalice, and she's gonna eat one of these blue herb berries, which are good for 1 HP. That we picked up. I forget where we picked up. Probably in the Hydra room.
Okay. You heal for 1, right?
I heal for 1. Yep.
Okay. And I don't think these ones are magic surges. I don't think these ones were. These
I
are
don't
just,
think there's any. They're just like a good
Yeah.
berry.
they're just good
Effect.
berries. Okay.
Yep.
So I think you could actually use them to make potions later on, but either way. 1 hit point, you do restore 1 hit point. And I'll say this. Nissa, the chalice that you have just healed at, all of the runes on your text have lit up. So all in undercommon, it says
Yeah.
empty your pain in like a glowing color. For Dire, you see that it looks about just over half the lettering is lit up in Elvish.
Oh no. I think I get it. I think I
What?
get it. Nissa's going to, because they've got 10 good berries, he's going to go over to that one, prick themselves again, place their hand in, and then eat the good berry. I think it's got to restore you to full HP.
As soon as you prick yourself, the first lettering on this chalice
Oh.
goes out.
So you have to
Nothing happens
remain
on
in
this chalice.
Okay, so I go back and then eat the good berry here to heal myself again, which would be another Arcana roll. Let's do it.
Oh god. 70 again.
No,
Wait,
7.
7. Oh sorry. I saw the O. Okay, 0. So 7 this time, rather than 70. This time. Whoops, there it is. 10 gold pieces appear in your pocket. You're certainly doing something right here, Nessa, because it seems like magic is rewarding you.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll-
So what I, yeah.
Sorry,
So
I can
essentially
do one
I'm-
without verbal components. So
Okay.
I
Okay.
place my hand in that I cut earlier, and I lay on hands myself for 1 point.
Okay, which chalice are you doing it at? The same one as well.
The right hand side. Is this one lit up? So, oh, sorry, I didn't see this top one.
Yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, I'll do it to the top one.
Okay. It looks like just under half the lettering is lit up in common.
What's it say?
Empty your pain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
I think
he's gonna take a healing potion. Just a regular healing potion.
Okay.
Oh, shite. 28, not 8. There we go.
1d4 plus 1d2 plus 1d4 plus 2 or 1d4 plus 4.
2d4 plus 2.
Please roll good.
1. 9.
9. Okay,
Not
so
bad.
she gets 9 back, which is good because she's all right.
Whilst within this chamber, you start to see more of the lettering will light up. But it is
Are we
not
almost
all the way. No, it isn't. Yep. I think
I've
you
got one
realize it.
super healing potion and one regular healing potion left.
I'm going to use the rest of my lay on hands then. So I heal myself for 7 points.
Okay. On who?
Me.
Okay. Sure thing.
I'm gonna take the second healing potion. Bring myself back.
Okay.
to full.
Go ahead.
Oh,
So
And
two,
at this point, I think all of you need to go literally get from there. Otherwise,
yeah. I think I've got maybe like 30 seconds left in this thing.
you're back to full, I think.
I am literally back to full.
what was that?
Perfect. The chalice is fully lit up.
Yeah, you've got to
And-
fully heal yourself there.
Once again, you hear kind of a rumbling in the distance.
This is just going to chill here as they can't do much.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Does the stuff stay lit as I go to take a breath? Or as I go to
does.
take
It stays
does?
lit. Yeah.
Okay. So I go
Perfect.
air.
Let's go.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'll refill air.
Yep, you all go breathe up. And It seems like Grizz, Suze, and Kane have found their own little air bubbles. They're not all just crowded around one either. Okay.
Where are they? You would see them.
I'm assuming we can regroup in the same amount of time.
Yeah, you could potentially regroup.
Where did the sounds sound like it came from?
Deeper within the ruins somewhere. You can't tell exactly. It was kind of muffled, especially through the water.
Mm,
Okay, but you've emptied your pride, emptied your pain.
I point over to the last door. Where is everyone?
Nissa is chilling by the bubbles because she's not going to be able to. Not going to be able to go very far. We managed to light up all 3 of the chalices in the empty your pain in the end.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Space for a moment. And you had 2. So okay. So yeah, we could go look down that other tunnel, I suppose.
Can I open the door here?
Yes, you can. You
Oh,
see that
there's
there's a door that has been opened. You don't remember any of your allies opening it. Nonetheless, there it is.
There's another chalice is in here, but there is another door at the end.
Okay.
There is.
Can I open the door? Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
You just gotta click it. Okay.
So
There is some sort of. There
Here.
does seem to be a dead end here, and it looks to be
That's a chest.
exactly.
I quickly grab Dia's arm as she goes to go past me, and I'm like, and I'll draw my sword, and I'm gonna swim over and just.
Pirate treasure, Dia, what? You look for traps.
Hold on. I stab it first. I stab it.
Just stab the wooden chest. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, you stab the wooden chest. It doesn't seem to be a pirate or mimic or anything like the sort.
Okay, I just like nonchalantly sheath my sword and just go.
I'm gonna gesture to no, keep the sword out. And I would like to use the thieves' tools to open it up. Or is it locked?
Okay. It is locked. Yes, you can actually thieves tools it even underwater. But I need to keep track of seconds. Is it?
What do I do for thieves' tools? Is it sleight of hand or stealth or dex?
It is a dex plus your sleight of hand, or it's your thieves' tools plus your
Dex plus
proficiency.
proficiency.
So it's dex plus proficiency. Yeah.
Dex plus proficiency.
Oh
Good.
man. Okay.
That's
It
good.
is waterlogged, and as you try to pick the lock, I'm afraid it is more damage than your locks can deal. Your
I'll
lock
just-
can deal with.
Slide
Definitely rusted.
Dia out the way, and
Yeah,
I'll
cool.
pull out my trusty crowbar.
Okay. And you can go ahead and bust that thing open with a strength check. I really
Yeah.
need to be like that.
No worries.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, Nissa's just gonna head
Oh,
back.
the crowbar gives me advantage, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
25.
I'm gonna bend luck on. Oh no, I'm not. 25. my
25.
shit.
Yeah, we Gucci. What do you guys think? Fuck is going on?
I hope
I
there's
don't know.
something nice in here.
It's
No,
really...
I have a pretty good idea what we're up against, but I don't want to say anything because it'd be spoilers.
Well, I saw in the chat something that I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look good.
No.
But in the meantime,
I didn't see that, but
there is a chest to be raided, and we want it precious.
yes, definitely.
Can I help at all with my crowbar? Use some leverage rather than just smashing it. Try
I pretty much
like-
Yes, it's already been crowbarred.
yeah, I pretty much just popped in the lock and just stumped on it to pop the top.
and nothing is.
Just waiting on
Or
Chris.
we're gonna find out.
All right.
Welcome back. I got 25.
25. All right. So you do snap off the top of this chest, and yeah, the brittle, waterlogged wood just kind of floats away. And yeah, inside is a journal of sorts, but it was protected until now, and now it seems to be like immediately getting soaked.
Oh shit.
Mm.
Mm, there's
Just the journal?
there's not a lot I can do about that.
Yep.
I'll just open it up. Is the like
Okay. Immediately the pages are like soaked through.
yeah.
The text is legible, but it's getting stuck together, the pages, and as you try to like open up more and more, it is getting worse and worse.
Oh, okay.
But you may be able to get like the first couple of pages in
I
which
wouldn't even attempt. I'd just kind of like see if there's a title. If not, I'll just pop it away for now. Just pop it in my bag.
okay,
I'm just gonna add waterlogged journal for now.
sure.
While
All right
it's doing that, can I kind of feel around the rest of the chest and see if there's like a hidden drawer or a hidden compartment?
then. Go ahead, roll investigation check.
I certainly will.
Oops.
I'm gonna swim back to the bubbles.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is just chilling by the bubbles.
That's like the fourth natural
Oh
20
my
I've had
God.
this game.
Jeez, are you kidding me? What the crap?
This is Dia's destiny, man.
Wow.
You just live to be under the sea, don't you?
Foundry just loves me today.
Under the sea.
I think if you ever get a familiar, it now has to be a lobster or a crab.
Yeah.
Do you know what
First
we're
note,
actually talking
Probably
about?
going to be like, I investigate, and yeah, there's nothing there. I have thoroughly investigated.
We were
there's nothing
joking
there.
about Dyer being the Starbucks logo.
Yeah.
You literally are a mermaid.
Yep.
All right. So inside you find there is 1d6 vials of assassin's blood, which is a poison harvested from a fungus, and there's also some raw gemstones in here as well.
Ooh.
That contains, yeah, underneath a false bottom, looks like there was indeed some treasures, but the make of this is very clearly dwarven. There's actually some dwarven runes even carved maybe into the gems themselves, like engraved. Wait, did I say raw gemstones? Yeah, well, they're also engraved after all. So um, yeah, they seem to have a couple, but ultimately they're all worth 100 gold in total, and three doses of assassin's blood. You can get that from the actual compendium.
Okay.
DC 10 con save does 1d12 poison damage, and it's poison for 24 hours.
Poison.
Uh,
24
what
hours. And
what
we'll make a
else?
little.
For measuring as you move again.
Control.
I thought it was control. Why is that
So-
not working?
Feel like getting on, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on for a little bit longer. I've got a surprise for you.
Mm. Yeah, I'm
We want
just not
to avoid
sure
that.
where we can go.
We still
There's
we
that-
still gotta find the thing that opens the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But where have we not been?
Indeed. One.
The cave.
there's also the two other tunnels, I suppose. So, like,
Chris, very quickly, going back to combat underwater, just super speedy. A javelin, can you wield it as a melee weapon?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, we got bubbles down here, guys.
Oh, really? Oh, sweet.
Oh, second bubbles.
Donde está?
Yeah.
You do find that?
Down here, die. To the left.
Gone the wrong way.
No,
Die
I
can't.
went into the bubbles already.
up and to the left.
There's another cave up here.
People.
I'll cast message point at Daya. Go
Oh.
west, Daya. Come here. Come over here. Over here.
So down
Bubbles.
Yeah, bubbles.
Okay, so you all refill here before setting off again. Excuse me. We'll say the other three do regroup. And they say, yeah, we found... Oh wait, I can't say anything. But they find you, nonetheless.
Well, Ember could message them to see what they found.
I think
Cast
they're
message.
just going to tell you that they found the same thing that Daya did earlier. There seems to be a cave.
Okay. So we can go up top.
Yep. Okay. In you go. Where's Daya? Back down.
Another cave. Which cave do we want to go in, guys? Yikes. Ooh.
There you go.
Well, I didn't see the other cave.
You didn't see another cave?
Well, as in Tanner didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Have a peeky peek.
we might as well go in the one where we're right next to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Dia will go first.
I'll point at Tanner and I'll cast message and I'll say, be careful down here, Tanner!
Ooh!
Yeah, so I'll follow.
Isn't that the piece that we needed?
That's the piece we needed.
Woo!
It does indeed look like something that would
heavy
fit
is
on. It looks pretty heavy, but two of you together, working together, could lift it up.
Yeah, I'll gesture to Grizz to give me a hand. Yeah, of course, Dia, I'm assuming, is pointing to it, like, trying
Excited.
to cheer, yeah.
Cruz comes in. And he heaves it with you. And as you're pulling it away and working it back down the way you came, Dia, you realize there is something in its place. It looks crumbled slightly, and it must have been one of the chalices, but
Like
its
here?
engraving is messed up, and it says "empty your," and it's broken away. Like this thing has just been dumped here. But I will say that the chalice has there's a strange liquid that only keeps to the chalice itself. And it's strange because it looks like water, and yet you can see the surface of it. So it's very strange to see the surface of water underneath water. But you can clearly tell that it's like a separate thing to it. And the water isn't even escaping from the chalice where it's broken, maintaining this kind of shape.
This chalice is underneath where we found the piece.
Yes, and it's all cracked and broken, but there is a liquid inside of it.
Does the liquid look heavier and denser than water?
Yeah, it could be oil.
Yes, a little
Yeah.
bit, yeah. But that's only because it's underneath the water, so,
So maybe it's
you're
like
used to
empty
seeing
your
like a
fuel.
right.
It's like, you know how you can have underwater rivers where the quality of the water is different, so it moves differently?
Like salt water, I think, is.
Yeah.
Or one of the others is heavier.
Yeah.
Did you say it's in Elvish, Chris?
It is in Elvish, yeah.
Shit. Alright. Well, I have an idea, but I can't do nothing.
I would like to touch the weird substance, the water substance.
Okay. It begins to coil up your finger as if like it's the surface tension is now like attaching itself to you.
Okay. Does it hurt at all?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Now it does.
I am going to put some of it in an empty vial and carry it with me.
Okay.
Can I? Yeah,
You can do that.
I would like to take some.
In fact, I'll say as you do that, all of it falls into the vial, and it condenses itself, squeezing itself into the vial.
Okay,
Almost
that's
like
weird.
it was trying to fill that vessel immediately.
Yeah. So now the chalice is empty, and I've got this thing in the vial. I will stop
Mhm.
the vial, keep it all contained,
Okay.
and look around the rest of the room, see if there's any indication why the piece of the mechanism would be here. Like, what is it doing here? Why did they take it apart? Are there
Definitely doesn't look
drag?
like it's meant to be here because of the way it's been thrown onto the chalice and like broken that up as well.
Yeah.
May have even been someone throwing it in frustration. You can't 100% tell for certain, but that's what the way it appears. Like someone couldn't work out the puzzle, or someone did the puzzle and wasn't pleased with its results. Who knows?
Hello.
Either way, you make your way back, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
start
make
making my
quick.
way back. Make
Okay.
my way downtown with my grizz.
Wonder what's in that other cave.
We're gonna solve a puzzle. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is following.
Probably grab some air on the way back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Get ahead of that good stuff.
Tippity top up.
Yeah. Next one, see. Having to do so because they have very limited air supply.
Okay. So,
Top and then follow up.
a little bit laggy there. You
I'm
grab
gonna
some
go
more
check
air,
out that other cave.
Yeah.
and it looks like you are going to the floodgate first.
Wait,
It does fit. It is a perfect size.
Amber, we can go to the cave once it's drained, can't we?
The screw winds in, and once it's locked into place, you feel like the actual turning mechanism is actually going to accomplish something instead of just sort of spinning on its axis. So,
Cool.
I'm gonna take one of the handles and look at Tanner and go, "Is this ready?" Sort
I
of gently.
nod. Yeah.
Turn it.
okay. You hear this almighty kind of like. It sounds like something like hitting something loud, but you can hear the mechanism cranking. Clink, 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 clink. Everyone outside can see that the pipe, the thing is opening, and as it does, it releases a huge torrent of water,
Wow.
which sucks in a massive torrent. You can hear it, even underwater here. And as you observe it for just a moment longer, it draining, turning into that spiral, you suddenly see something else in there spiraling with it. One long,
Oh.
sucker tentacle reaches out, and it drifts there like a piece of cloth underwater.
But it's
Another
being
one.
pulled down by the whirlpool, right?
It seems to have the strength, or perhaps even the weird anti-momentum to be able to go against it. Something about this isn't even applying the normal laws of
Okay,
physics.
Oh, the
I'm.
water's going down, isn't it?
Tanner! I messaged Tanner. Tanner, tentacles! Tanner!
Tentacles? How many?
6! I'll cast message again and point
Yeah.
and say 6.
Chris, just
You replies.
remind me. Oh, never mind, found it. Okay. The writing in the room, by the bubbles where you are. Swim slowly past 6 arms. Stay low, keep slow. I don't think it knows where we are. I think I'd be out of words by then.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well.
That's good. You got the message across. But at this point, yeah, the water is draining from everything.
I will.
Wait, does that mean we have to swim past it, as in into that hole?
No, I'm gonna wait. Is this ledge a bit higher up that I'm sitting on?
Yes, you are. You're about
So I'm gonna stay where I
10
am
foot
then.
up. In
And
fact,
wait for the water to drain.
to give you a good example of what this looks like, you can divert your attention up to here. And it is getting late a little bit, so I think this might also be a good place to end it. But
what the
yeah,
fuck?
this is effectively the chamber you're sitting in. 6
Holy
long,
cow.
fucking tentacles, all kind of feeling around its new environment as the draining water sloshes in. Something has awakened, but it has yet not sensed you. Swim slowly past 6 arms. Best to heed the message of a dwarven ally, perhaps. But this is where we'll have to end tonight's session, and we'll pick it up next week. Hopefully, they finally get their own little suckers on the Chalice of the Void.
Oh my god.
Nuts.
Okay, we can fight monsters, and we have air now, so that's good. And
Yes. So
Man,
we're
it's
no longer
fucking crazy. Fucking. This map is wild.
Yeah,
And it
should
just
be
gets
fun.
crazier and crazier.
He did it in such a strange order as well. I was really expecting you to go this way and that way. And the idea with putting the trophies inside the chalices, really good idea as well.
well, it
One I
only
had
worked.
not,
I want to solve this one.
one I had
What,
not thought of, but
what were we
that makes
supposed to do
sense.
there? I don't know what
Oh, nothing.
tell
Don't be
me.
worried. You did the right thing. That was it. That was the right thing. Trust me.
Okay.
Oh,
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
no, no. All right. We'll sign up here, but thank you again, and we will see you on Monday for the Curse Breakers in the Castle Ravenloft, as
Curse
well as
breakers!
whoop, whoop. Get a ghost
with
kill
your
strike,
humblest
yeah.
dungeon master.
Yeah, the most humblest Dungeon Master here. Our friend James
Yep.
will be DMing, and of course, again on Monday as well in the evening, we'll be returning to the Tomb of Annihilation with the Last Resort Company. They
Last
delve deeper,
resort!
Well,
and finally on Friday with Roll for Story, where they'll be traveling through Gydia for the first time. It is the western city, hot, sweaty, sandy deserts.
The
Spicy.
jewel of the desert.
It is really amazing.
yeah, let's just hope Andy manages to make the way through.
Oh yeah, let's hope they get through customs. Oh god.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Alright then.
Yeah.
Smuggling is heavily punished in that city. You don't want to.
Nope. Yep. Yeah, they've already seen punishments already. That's the first
Yeah.
thing. So. Alrighty. Well, take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Adios.